Hello everyone, Santier here. Welcome to my Guild Wars 1 stream. I love this song. Pre-serving music is so nostalgic and pleasant and peaceful. It just always conjures images of pre-serving Ascalon to mind. Speaking of Ascalon, let's hop on to my characters currently sitting around in the Sartalac Sanitarium. So, I'm going to continue my theoretical professional rework design talk series with a long name today. We will be talking about the Necromancer today. I don't know. There's a lot of professions in the game. I don't know if I will be... It's amazing to me how close Ascalon is to the Southern Shiver Peaks. Anyway, I wanted to go to Maguma Stade to hang out today for our little discussion, but I'm not sure how long it's going to take, so I will... Oh man, good cicada noise. I will be doing this, and then I'm just poking around some corners here, because corners. Look at all these plants. So we'll see what happens after I finish talking about the Necromancer, because that's going to depend largely upon how much there is available otherwise. Time speaking. Those words, that sentence kind of fell apart partway through, because I was thinking about positioning myself and other things. Let's just, I don't know, Master of Whispers? Sure. You know what? Master of Whispers might be a little annoying to move around stuff on. Just grab Elias, he's probably fine. Yeah, Elias is fine. Okay. So, as I like to do, I'm going to display as a large grid, so I can get a nice, lovely screenshot. Let's just put a couple of Necromancer skills on there. It's always important to think about your thumbnails. I don't like the list, I like the small grid. Okay, so Necromancer. There's a couple of really important things, just starting off the bat. Necromancer as a profession is really interesting to me to have in the game, because it's like Necromancers are typically villains in a lot of games, so to have them be able to be a hero, I think, is a really interesting direction to take things in a different sort of position. It's very similar to how in Magic the Gathering, black doesn't necessarily mean evil in the same way. Like black magic isn't necessarily evil per se. There's a dark tinge to it, but it's how you use it to some extent. And that sort of thing is going on here too, and I really appreciate that. And certainly, many of the Necromancer trainers that you have in Pre-Serving Ascalon, for example, go bad. Oberon the Reviled, Verada, they both do. But Necromancer Monet and I think Kasha, is that her name correctly? Anyway, they continue on fine, as I recall. And there's more to the sort of Necromancer than other things. But one of the things that they did do, like Magic the Gathering has, especially back in the day, had White Knight and Black Knight facing off against each other, and a number of different effects like that, showing sort of the, shall we say, poor strained relationship between Black and White. The Monk and Necromancer have some skills that specifically interact with each other to capture the feeling of conflict between the two. Of course, Necromancers serve the god Grenth, and that does kind of put them, in a somewhat morally similar category of other servants of the gods, which all of the professions are. For those who don't know, I guess I might as well mention this. All of the professions are linked to the various deities. It's a lot clearer with prophecies, and it gets murkier and murkier as you go on. But the elementalist kind of sits to the side for a moment, but the monk is primarily allied with Duena, with Smiting Prayers being connected to Balthazar, obviously. The warrior is aligned with Balthazar, the necromancer with Grenth, the mesmer with Alyssa, the ranger with Melandru, and then the elementalist, energy storage is connected to Lyssa, and then the elements are connected to a deity, so water magic to Grenth, fire magic to Balthazar, air magic to Duena, and earth magic with Melandru. So there's this really nice sort of servants of the gods sort of aspect to the professions. They're all linked to the divinities and have their own patron deity sort of thing going on with that within the Five True Gods pantheon thing, which I think is a really cool design and is a really cool structure. Hey, Fear. Good to see you. So I really appreciate that sort of thought. Now, obviously, that starts getting a little bit more stretched as you go on. I think assassins are connected to both Grenth and Lissa. For example, Ritualists, I think, have a connection to Grenth. I'm not sure if there's Dwayne in there or not because of the air magic, but Paragons are like also connected a little wonkily. I think there's some like Balthazar Duena going on, and Dervishes are a little bit all over the place. But when you kind of go back to the original stuff, the original prophecies and the way the gods align with the professions, I think that's really cool, and I think that's a really cool thing that ArenaNet did with their lore and their structure that way. So that means that necromancers are can be good guys just as monks can be bad guys, and I like that sort of design and structure that they've done with the lore. In terms of the necromancer profession itself, we've got our 4 attributes here: blood magic, death magic, soul reaping, and curses, with soul reaping being the primary attribute. I remember back when the game originally sort of came out, a couple of things. And to make sure I keep my whistle wetted, as the saying goes. Soul reaping currently has this. It currently reads thusly: for each point of soul reaping, you gain 1 energy whenever a non-spirit creature near you dies. You may only gain energy in this way 3 times every 15 seconds. When this first came out, hey Clean Star, good to see you. When Guild Wars Prophecies first came out, ritualist spirits were not a thing. The only spirits in the game were nature rituals off of rangers, and those did not happen super frequently. So the non-spirit clause was not there. Nor was the "you may only gain energy in this way 3 times every 15 seconds" clause. Soul reaping just used to be for each point of soul reaping, you gain 1 energy whenever a creature near you dies, and it was bonkers. So needless to say, they tacked on various nerf clauses over time, and I think it's at a fairly reasonable spot energy-wise right now. It's still very powerful. I remember they had to add that non-spirit clause because of binding rituals. Yeah, imagine every time your soul twist popped out a new shelter or something, or like whenever the spirits that your ritualist made died, you'd gain energy. It was powerful, and there's a reason they changed it. Another interesting thing here is death magic. Death magic is, I think, the first time, and maybe the only time. Just trying to think here to verify that, but I'm pretty sure it's the only time a secondary attribute, so not a primary, but a secondary one, has a passive effect. Death magic. So here, without death magic, you can control no more than 2 undead servants. For every 2 ranks of death magic, you can control 1 additional undead servant. And then it talks about what sort of skills are in death magic after that. But this was added as well originally when the game came out. Necromancer was really, really powerful when the game first came out. Soul Reaping was unbound, and you could have as many minions as you could manage to keep alive. So as one player, you could have an army of like 30 minions, sort of thing. Verada Sacrifice was a lot better back in those days as well. We'll talk about that skill eventually when we get down to death magic, but that's down a little ways. Not too far, I guess. Why is it arranged blood magic, death magic, soul reaping, curses in the attributes? That's not at all alphabetical. Anyway, it's going to be a little bit before we get to death magic because we have blood magic and curses to get through. And curses has a whopping 49 skills, which is a lot. I'm not sure if it's the most of any attribute, but I would be very surprised if it wasn't. Which is part of why curses is tends to be my go-to. There's a couple reasons why curses tends to be my go-to, but that's certainly part of it because so many of the skills are there. But yeah, so this is sort of a passive effect. So they eventually were like, maybe we should not allow you to have huge minion armies as a solo necromancer. So they added a passive effect here that limits the number of undead servants you can control. I think this is also reasonable to have for what it's worth. So I wouldn't change death magic or soul reaping as they currently are, in terms of those sort of passive effects. So let's start talking about attributes. Necromancer is one of those ones where like there's very definite sort of themes going on with it, mechanically, that have sort of overridden the broader concept of what they are to an extent. So blood magic is, I think originally the idea is blood magic was about a combination of lifesteal effects and effects that cost health sacrifice. So, for example, the blood ritual effect here, like this is all about sacrificing health for an effect, versus like vampiric gaze is about stealing health. Dark pact is about sacrificing health for some damage. This is a weird attribute line in many regards. You also have like the orders. It's the sort of thing where like as time went on and they added skills to it, it more and more just became the lifesteal attribute. Hey, mana guy, good to see you too. Glad you're able to be here today. Blood magic. The only thing you ever used it for was utility when second necro. Yeah, I mean that's the problem. Is blood magic doesn't have a real identity in and of itself. It's just got like some disparate packets of things. So there's a couple of issues that I have with blood magic that can basically be summed up as it lacks like a good coherent identity outside of lifesteal, and a couple of other smaller themes that kind of have gotten reinforced over the years. The lifesteal angle was really loud in terms of like having a high percentage of skills, and we'll obviously cover that as we go. Yeah, there's some touch skills and stuff. But like the problem with the lifesteal theme that's really, really loud in blood magic is it became a balance problem in PvP specifically. Blood spike was a huge deal. Now, there's a really important reason for why that is. Lifesteal effects, especially originally, and this is something that I really dislike that Arena did, although I understand why they did it. I think they should have reworked blood magic to kind of get around the issue, but blood spike was the idea of using a bunch of lifesteal skills, because the lifesteal originally would get around all protection, like all sort of protection effects. There's no way to defend against it. So if I go over here to random monk, I don't know why illusion magic is open, but if we go over to protection prayers, you'll notice something here with, like, you can't lose more than 10% max health due to damage from a single attack or spell. Lifesteal gets through this. Originally, you'll notice that Reversal of Fortune says, the next time target ally would take damage or lifesteal. Yeah, they were a wild time in PvP, especially with the old Aura of the Lich, that, like, halved the damage you take and your maximum HP. That one was really a strong combo. So if you'll notice here, Mark of Protection says whenever target ally would take damage, that ally is healed for that amount. Instead, maximum 49. Life steal is not damage. And so originally it would go through Reversal of Fortune. It would go through Life Sheath, just like it will go through Mark of Protection. It used to go through Shielding Hands. Notice that this reduces life steal. These were like really blatant attempts to mitigate the effectiveness of the blood spike team compositions in PvP. Blood spike being a team composition that focused on having a bunch of necromancers with blood magic using life-stealing skills, syncing up their cast times, so that way they can just suddenly hit you with a bunch of damage that you can't effectively stop. Like, you cannot mitigate it. You have to just heal through it. This was very, very powerful in PvP. And in like guild versus guild type scenarios. And it was really unrelenting, and it was really hard to stop. There are ways of dealing with it. A lot of them have longer cast times, so you can interrupt and things like that. But one of the things that we have as a problem too is, for example, we talked before about factions adding duplicate skills, and they did that with Shadow Strike and Lifebane Strike. So now you have 2 copies of that skill. This is a Lifesteal skill that also does some shadow damage. We also have Vampiric Bite and Vampiric Touch that was duplicated. This is a weird one to have duplicated for various reasons, but we also had a Wallow's Bite being a duplicate of Touch of Agony, which just feels excessive. I don't know why Blood Magic got 3 of the I think each profession had like 5 duplicate skills, but 3 of them are here in Blood Magic. There's also, we'll get to it, but Shivers of Dread is a weird one to duplicate off of Spinal Shivers. I don't think Spinal Shivers was ever popular, and duplicating it for Shivers of Dread is real weird. And then there's Desecrate and Defile enchantments. Which Defile is over here. This is the duplicate. Desecrate was the Prophecies. This is the Factions skill. But anyway, so because the theme of lifesteal was so much of what they leaned into with Blood Magic, its identity kind of became that, but that ended up being very powerful in PvP, so it ended up getting nerfed a lot. And a number of the skills got longer recharges and things like that. To me, Blood Magic has always felt like bad domination magic with, if you try to focus on it for damage, single target stuff predominantly, armor ignoring, lifesteal is armor ignoring, but, and like it's a self-healing effect as well, but it also has the big downside of just not hitting as hard. Remember using Spinal Shivers to keep a boss interrupted with melee using cold damage weapons? Yeah, I think that's the Spinal Shiver effect is a lot more powerful than it looks, and then people tend to use it for. It certainly is a potent effect, but there's literally no reason to run 2 of them. Like, that's the thing, is with the duplicate skills, I feel like you should only, if you're going to do the duplicate skill thing, I feel like it's the sort of effect that you should want to have multiple copies of. So, like, Desecrate and Defile enchantments is a really good example. This is just a raw damage skill with a pretty good sized AoE that I'm quite happy to run multiple copies of. Like, I am happy to run both of these because having that effect effectively halved on cooldown is really useful. Having 2 instances of Spinal Shivers is not especially useful. But I do think the Spinal Shivers effect is, like, not terrible. I think it reads worse than it plays, if that makes sense. There's some other stuff going on in Blood Magic. Some of the elites are particularly interesting. Actually, as I hover over it right now, one of the other things that Necromancer does that Elementalist also does is the ability to boost its own attributes, and I think that's an interesting thing to be able to do. So, but yeah, Blood Magic is one of those attribute lines that I feel like it's going to be weird doing this particular sort of rework thing because I'm working with sort of skill icons and names and stuff as presented. Was a duplicate skill thing to be more of a thing for people only owning one of the expansions and being able to stack them was a nice bonus. Yeah, the idea with duplicate skills was if you've played like a trading card game like Magic the Gathering, Magic the Gathering is specifically where the inspiration was from. But what they had as the idea was here are your core skills. So like Vampiric Gaze, for example, I think is a core skill that shows up in every campaign. And then they had skills that were specific to campaigns. So they thought, what if we did a thing where we took an effect and we just renamed it? We basically just copied and pasted a skill with a new name. Kind of like if you look at Magic the Gathering, they had Grizzly Bears and Runeclaw Bears. Is sort of the example I go to, where it's like, this is the same card, but because they have different names, you can include a playset of both in your deck, all right, to get more copies of that effect. And it was that same sort of idea. they only did it for factions. It was an interesting idea. In general, I would tend to rework them. If the there is some argument for duplicates of skills where it's like, it is nice to be able to have 2 copies of this, but in order to be able to effectively have the cooldown time, but it should come at the cost of an extra skill slot, which is kind of effectively where it's at. But yeah, I think the duplicate skill thing was they were trying out that technique of, hey, let's just have the same skill as a version of the like just another version of this as like a similar sort of thing, so like people could bring multiples if they had both and that sort of thing. It's I don't think it's a bad idea in theory. I think that their execution on it was a little bit lackluster in that they generally did not choose the skills as well as I would have liked. Some of them worked okay. Heaven's Delight and Divine Healing, for example, are skills that I'll sometimes bring both of. There's some axe attacks that, or the similar armor penetrating attacks that are in Ranger, or in Marksmanship. That's nice. But yeah, for the most part, a lot of them I would rework. Now, like I was saying, Blood Magic is going to be a weird one to do this way, because if I were approaching the design of the game, I would approach designing skills for Blood Magic originally differently. Because of the way that I'm going to be approaching things here, where I keep the name, I keep the skill icon, that sort of thing, I'm not so altering things that I'm like heavily modifying. Like, I'm not going to suddenly turn a skill into a signet or away from being a signet, for example, because the name says like a barbed signet. You're not going to suddenly make this not barbed signet if you're keeping the name like I'm doing. So even if I don't like the effect, I'm kind of stuck with this being a signet. Likewise, like, I'm not going to suddenly turn Life Siphon into a signet, because it clearly isn't one in both its icon and name. So what I'm basically getting at is, I would probably, if I were to be working on Guild Wars factions, right? So I had Prophecies as kind of my guide, and I were to be working on factions. The way that I would be conceiving of Blood Magic, and the way that ArenaNet clearly was conceiving of it, was different. So I would want to be approaching these from a very different place, and with a different concept in mind. So that's just something to keep in mind, is like, okay, I'm going to look at how I'd rework these things, but if I were to like do things from the beginning, as it were, differently, I would approach this in a more broad or thorough sense than what I'm going to here, just because of the limitations of what has already been presented to me. Blood Magic, I think, is the attribute that needs the most help. I will add, though, that Blood Magic and Curses tend to have armor-ignoring damage, while Death Magic has armor-respecting damage, has a bunch of cold damage in it. Which I think is an interesting difference between them, but it does mean that Death Magic tends to feel a little bit weaker from a damage spell standpoint. Deathly Chill, Deathly Swarm, Fetid Ground, these are all armor-respecting. So they tend to feel less potent to me as a result. Yeah, they did change the Tanai dupe skills for Elementalist, which I think was a good change to do. And is generally a pattern that I would repeat. They kept Dragon Stomp as a duplicate of Earthquake. But otherwise they changed the 4 Tanai ones. Okay, so let's just go ahead and get started here. Awaken the Blood is your attribute buff skill. It makes you sacrifice more health, which I think is fine. Like, I think Awaken the Blood is a fine skill. Obviously you want increased duration with your enchantments with it, but I think it is a fine skill. So I don't have a whole lot to say about that. I actually feel similarly about Barbed Signet. It's AoE bleeding. Bleeding is not necessarily that strong. I could see for PvE reasons making this up to larger AoE, but I actually kind of think Barbed Signet has some really nice uses in it. If you need a good way of like cheaply getting a condition out there, and bleeding obviously is like a very weak condition, but Barbed Signet's also pretty cheap with a fairly quick recharge. And this is a skill that I find is useful for getting stuff like started. So I like it from that standpoint. I actually also really like Blood Bond the way that it is now. I think Blood Bond was originally a sort of ally targeting version, like an enchantment version of Life Siphon, where you would transfer life to an ally. And while I think that's an interesting skill, it also has some wonkiness. I think Blood Bond, though, what it is now, I really like this effect existing, and it plays well into one of the sort of design patterns that Blood Magic has in it, which is sort of the physical attacker support. And it does a really good job of that. So I actually quite like Blood Bond where it's at. Now we're going to start hitting the Life Steal theme with Blood Drinker. So this one right now is a Life Steal skill that if you have high health, you begin bleeding before you do your Life Steal. I like the idea of caring about bleeding. I think what I would consider doing with this actually is putting this more into the like orders type theme, but make it a slightly longer lasting enchantment. Be more like target ally. So like enchant ally. Whenever enchanted ally deals like physical damage to, I don't know, something along those lines. Deals damage to or attacks a bleeding foe, they steal some health from them. Kind of like a single target Order of the Vampire that only works on, we'll talk about Order of the Vampire later, but that only works on bleeding enemies. I think that would be interesting. I think it would fit with the name. And having some single target buffs like that would be neat to have in Blood Magic. So I'd like to see something kind of like that. So I think that's the direction I would go with Blood Drinker. Blood Renewal is fine. So one of the things that they did at some point is they went through and made a bunch of the life, like the higher life sacrifice skills, only cost 1 energy, and Blood Renewal is one of them, and I think that works really well. This is a surprisingly useful self-heal skill, so I quite like this one. Blood Ritual and Blood is Power, I'm also fine with both of these and where they're at. I think that they're in a fairly good spot. Blood of the Aggressor is one of the life-stealing skills I think is kind of okay because of the inflicting weakness on an attacking foe. I might consider, though... I mean, this is more about inflicting weakness. I'd probably consider upping the amount of lifesteal that this does. Like, if that foe was attacking, they suffer from weakness for 10 seconds, and you steal an additional 37 health from them, something like that. I think I like the idea of just making this, like, additionally potent against attacking foes. Again, I'm a little bit stuck into some of the themes that they already have going on here, so I think that's kind of the direction that I would take this. Cultist Fervor. Now, this is a weird skill. So this is an elite enchantment spell. The way that it currently works is it makes your Necromancer spells cheaper, but you start bleeding whenever you cast Necromancer skill. Its duration is tied to Soul Reaping, so this is actually a 2-attribute skill. The energy cost reduction is tied to Blood Magic. The duration is tied to Soul Reaping. I think the idea was to try to make it require Soul Reaping, so that way you couldn't... But the thing is, like, Soul Reaping is already good energy management. That said, I actually would probably like right now, as I kind of conceive things, and I'd have to do more testing with changes I'd make, but I actually kind of like this skill as is because I think it plays really well with orders, and having ways of making orders like more efficient. I think that that's kind of a good sort of place to be in. So, if I were to do anything to this, it would probably be to make the duration either just like a static 25 seconds. Let's see, right now 3 seconds longer for every rank, so you can easily get to like 35 seconds off of this with 10 soul reaping, for example. So like it's not hard to keep this maintained. So the reason to link it to soul reaping is to make it so that way secondaries can't easily use cultist fervor. But I might consider, like, I don't remember the exact circumstances that led to them having it have the soul reaping tie-in as well. But I don't know. Like, the thing is, it's kind of an elite for orders builds, like I was saying, because of making them cheaper. So I don't know. I guess basically what I'm saying is, like, this is one of those skills where I'm like, it's very niche. It has a very niche use, but I think it's actually quite useful for that niche, so I'm kind of, like, cool with it. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, well, actually, let's check here. I'm going to look up Cultist Fervor. Cultist Fervor skill history. Here we are. This is what I want. Okay, so original was an enchantment spell for... Okay, so 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 30 second recharge originally, so 5 second longer recharge. It scaled its duration with blood magic as in factions. Your spells cost minus 7 energy to cast, but you sacrifice maximum health each time you cast a spell. I actually kind of like that original implementation as well. It just makes all of your spells generically cheaper, but is basically... exchanging energy cost for energy cost for life sacrifice, which I think is a really interesting direction for it to be as well. Let's see. So then they changed it to a 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 15 second recharge, and had the bleed clause instead of the life sacrifice clause, and made it where the energy scaled with your blood magic. So at 12 blood magic, it'd be a 6 energy reduction, but it only affects Necromancer spells now, not all of your spells, and that was in 2008. So, and then 2010 is where we get the version that we know now. So it's one of those things where I kind of like the idea of the original version of it that made it so that way your spell costs at large are reduced, but you sacrifice, like, you're basically exchanging energy costs for life sacrifice. I think that's really interesting. I feel like that idea is really cool. I do like the current implementation for working with orders, and it's one of those things where I'd want to know more about the context and the history for why they changed it to where it is now, and what were the balance things that led to that sort of modification. But yeah, I think you're right, Mana Guy, that back when it was the life sacrifice version, it probably worked really well with Aura of Restoration, giving you a bunch of health off of each spell that you cast, so that you could make your more expensive spells a lot more affordable, while mitigating the life sacrifice. And that sounds like something that'd be really powerful. It's really dangerous to play around with energy reduction stuff. Energy is such a backbone to the game and its pacing and things, that anything that's messing with that is really, really dangerous. So, like, there is an argument that Blood is Power should probably be nerfed, but I don't necessarily... Like, I think it's fine for Blood is Power to be as strong as it is. Because I mean, I've certainly experienced enough times where my Bipper is the one dying all the time, so... But yeah, I like Cultist Fervor where it is for orders bars, but it's definitely a skill that like it's a risky design space to be messing around with because cost reduction is just so inherently powerful. Dark Bond, this one's fine. It redirects damage to your minion, to your closest minion. I think it's a fine skill. I don't have much to say about it. I don't feel like this one is one that would need to be changed either. So this is a really powerful defensive effect, and I think it's good for it to be... yeah, a BIP nerf would change the PvE hero metagame a lot. I agree, it would. Like I said, I don't really feel like BIP needs to be changed from that standpoint. The changes that I'd make to Mesmer would also change the PvE hero meta a ton. And the thing is, like, having strong BIP just allows you a little bit more freedom with how you're building your heroes, and I think that's good. Because heroes are lousy at managing their energy. They don't understand that your expensive spells maybe shouldn't be cast all the time. So I like having the ability to have a BIP hero to kind of compensate for that. But yeah, Dark Bond is a really nice defensive option for Necromancer that, to function properly, requires you to be in 2 attributes, and I think that's fine given how strong it is. So I think that's fine. Dark Fury is fine. This is part of the order type bar for 5 seconds whenever any party member hits with an attack. The party member gains 1 strike of adrenaline. I could see maybe giving it like a 4-second recharge instead of a 5-second recharge. It doesn't really matter. This is a skill that you don't necessarily want to cast like you will kind of want to cast it when it's recharged anyway, but you don't necessarily want to cast it before that anyway. So Dark Pact. Okay, so this is where we start getting into the weirdness. Dark Pact is so there's this whole theme in Necromancer of these skills with some life sacrifice and some shadow damage on them. Shadow damage is armor ignoring, so this is just 40 damage to target foe. All of these skills feel very weak. The thing Dark Pact has going for it is extremely cheap, but here's the thing. Yeah. Oh, for sure. For sure. BIP is so important to like, Elementalist needs so much more energy as it currently is than BIP can possibly provide. But, yeah, no, it's... like, so I can see a situation where Blood is Power is dramatically modified. If I were to do anything big to it, I'd actually make it something similar to a target other ally offering of blood, where instead of giving energy regen, it gives a one-time packet of energy on like a 20-second recharge or something. But anyway, so Dark Pact, and sort of what I think of as its brother in the form of Touch of Agony and Wallow's Bite, though we'll get to them. These effects are really weird. The thing is, like, if I just got this as a like free skill, by which I mean did not require a skill slot, it's like, okay, this is cool. I would be happy to have this on as kind of a filler skill, but it is such a filler skill, and there's just not much space. Like, Guild Wars is a game where your skill slots are precious, kind of like in Magic. Again, Magic is the card game I have most experience with. But kind of like how in Magic the Gathering, your card slots really matter. Sure, like in Magic, you can stick more cards in your deck, generally speaking, depending upon the format. But you can stick more cards in your deck than you have, bring yourself up above the minimum, but then you're diluting your deck, right? So, like, is Dark Pact an okay skill? Yeah, it's mediocre. It's not, like, it's cheap, relatively speaking. 10% of your maximum HP is not nothing. Like, that would be 48 HP right now at my character's current stats. But, like, it might be a little bit less if you're running, depending upon your runes and stuff. But it's only 1 energy. It's a 2-second recharge, so it kind of can be up a lot. But, like, it's just legitimately one of those skills that I really don't have room for most of the time. It's just maybe if there was some more benefits to sacrificing health. Yeah, like if I got a reward for the health sacrifice, but yeah, I agree. Health sacrifice is a mechanic that could be expanded upon. So like Dark Pact, I mean Dark Pact could, and like Demonic Flesh is an interesting one. We'll get to that in a moment. But just thinking of like, these different skills, it might not be a bad idea, frankly. Vampiric Spirit maybe could be a spot. Like, I could see a Vampiric Spirit being reworked to something like whenever you sacrifice health, steal health from an enemy nearby or in the area or something. Something like that could work. And that would make something like Dark Pact more interesting. The thing that's really tricky about this sort of exercise is I'm having to think about synergies as well with some of this. So the question is, is there a reasonable way to make a build that would make Dark Pact sort of the effect that you want? Or is it better to kind of say, hey, wait, Dark Pact could be itself some sort of... Because, man, it's the sort of thing where you'd almost need to like map stuff out and be like, okay, what are my synergy points? Because, like, figuring out your synergy points, like, and what I mean by synergy points is like, here are the ways that you have different mechanics that can kind of fit together to work well together. So as an example of things here, just a Necromancer, Demonic Flesh is whenever you use a skill that targets a foe, you deal some shadow damage to all other foes adjacent to you. That works really well with Touch of Agony, right? Which is touch range, so you have to be right up next to an enemy. So that's, yeah, low cooldown, low cost health sacrifice. Yeah, absolutely. So like, you can do a Wallow's Bite thing where you're getting up close, and then Demonic Flesh triggers are able to happen. And in Death Magic, there's also, oh, where is it? Right here, Dark Aura. Whenever a target ally sacrifices health, Dark Aura deals shadow damage to adjacent foe. Alright, to adjacent foes, and you lose health. So, like, there's a couple of things that work with life sacrifice. The fact that this is in Death Magic is a little uncomfortable. I think Dark Aura should probably be in Blood Magic, because that's the life sacrifice thing. So I could totally see making Dark Aura's effect kind of exist over here, instead of something else as well. Frankly, actually, now that I think about it, I would totally swap the effects of Demonic Flesh and Dark Aura. I think I would. Because I think having the life sacrifice payoff be in Blood Magic is fine and makes sense there, whereas the shadow damage to all of the adjacent foes to you thing could easily fit in Death Magic. So I think literally just swapping Dark Aura and Demonic Flesh on their effects makes a lot of sense, and is something that I'd strongly consider doing. I don't know why this is specifically in Death Magic. This effect can get to be fairly strong, but you're also like needing to be near enemies to make it strong. Or, you know, whoever's doing the life sacrifice, you can put it on any ally, but I think it would make sense to do that. In that case, that would give you... But see, that's always around you synergies. I can absolutely see keeping Dark Pact. It's one of those things where I would absolutely need... In order to keep Dark Pact as is, I would really need to have more rewards for life sacrifice effects, though. So it would probably be good to have a couple of skills that that can reward life sacrifice at range. So like right now, life transfer is an elite version of life siphon. I could totally see changing life transfer to be an enchantment that says whenever you sacrifice health, heal nearby allies for that much, or like not you allies, but heal other allies nearby or in the area, equal to health sacrificed. Something like that on elite could be really interesting, and I think life transfer would be a good candidate for that change. In that case, something like Dark Pact suddenly becomes a lot more attractive because it's like, oh, whenever you use it, it's a heal for allies in the area. And you probably would need to scale the percentage of the, like for that effect, I feel like I'd give it a hard duration, more or less equal to its, or like a 30-second duration with a 20-second recharge, and have the percentage of the health sacrifice that's getting turned into healing for other allies and sort of in that AoE around you, having that scale percentage-wise with blood magic. But that would also be really cool because then Awaken the Blood's increased life sacrifice would increase the amount of healing that you get off of the skill. And that would be really neat too. So I actually kind of like that change for life transfer. Then I like the idea of Vampiric Spirit stealing life from foes based upon your life sacrifice, something like that. So that you can kind of like with your elite pick whether or not you're like party support or increasing damage to enemies. And I think in that world where there's some of those skills that can kind of reward you for life sacrifice at range, Dark Pact has some really cool use. I like how simple and clean the skill is as well. Frankly, if I'm kind of imagining this world, the main thing I'd want to do with Dark Pact is maybe bump the damage up slightly. But I need to actually look at where it lands. Hang on, I'm going to look up Dark Pact. This guy doesn't have a superior blood magic rune. So it gets 48 damage at 15, 51 at 16, and at 18 it's 56. Yeah, I think I'd want to bump up the damage, so that way at 18 it's hitting like 70 damage. So that's a pretty sizable jump up. It's 14 points up. But it's not unreasonable to get there, especially if you're going for a life sacrifice effects bar with like Awaken the Blood. PvE just needs stronger sources of damage if it's going to be interesting. And I feel like Dark Pact, again, if we're setting up stuff to really give it a good place, needs the life sacrifice synergies in order to be able to function well. So that's definitely a direction that I would take with it. We already talked about Demonic Flesh. I actually do really like the idea of swapping Demonic Flesh and Dark Aura's effects. Originally, by the way, Demonic Flesh was just an increased max HP skill. But swapping it so that way here, let's pull these points out of Soul Reaping so I can put them in Death Magic. See right here, Dark Aura. For 30 seconds, whenever target ally sacrifices health, Dark Aura deals 41 shadow damage to adjacent foes and you lose 17 health. This, I think, is perfect for blood magic, and so I'd totally swap. Like, I like the Demonic Flesh effect, but I think putting it in Death Magic and putting the Dark Aura effect in... And I think it's the names are somewhat irrelevant on this, but I feel like this effect actually kind of makes sense for Dark Aura. And this effect can work on Demonic Flesh, so I would just literally swap the effects on these two skills. Jaundiced Gaze. Okay, so this is an enchantment removal spell now. And if you remove an enchantment, it gives you your own enchantment that makes the next enchantment spell you cast faster and cheaper. I basically never use this. I feel like this was designed to try to work with orders, but there's no reason for me to ever use Jaundiced Gaze when Strip Enchantment exists. And there's just not that many Necromancer enchantments that I'm wanting to cast anyway. It would make Vampiric Spirit like cheap and free, but I'm talking about changing that. So also, so Jaundiced is referring to a state where the liver is in bad condition. Let's see. I'm just trying to think through. It's such a generic term that there's a lot of different effects that you could put on it. So something else that I'm going to go ahead and mention just right off the bat, by the way, is I'm going to move, like if I were to do things, I would move Enfeebling Blood into Blood Magic. It's a life sacrifice skill. It has blood in the name. It totally belongs over here in Blood Magic. I mention that now because like Jaundiced Gaze, I would probably want to have work off of like weakness. I don't think I'd want this to be a lifesteal skill. This is maybe something anti-energy. Again, this is one of the fundamental problems that I'm running into. ArenaNet backed themselves into a corner by making so many skills blatantly lifesteal skills. I think Jaundiced Gaze originally was another one. Let's see. Jaundiced Gaze skill history. Yeah, original skill. If target foe has more health than you, you steal up to a bunch of health. Otherwise, you deal damage instead. Like, it's literally just 1-for-1. It would be lifesteal and with the life sacrifice on it. So if they had more health than you, it would be a lifesteal. Otherwise, it would be damage, but it's the same amount either way. That was the original Jaundiced Gaze effect on a 2-second recharge too, which is very strong. Because they kept making ArenaNet leaned so heavily into the lifesteal effect. Like, I think Vampiric Spirit was originally like buffed lifestealing. Like whenever you steal health from a foe, you steal more. Blood Drinker's lifesteal. This was originally lifesteal. I think Oppressive Gaze was originally lifesteal before they reworked it. Lifebane Strike is lifesteal. This 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 has a lifesteal effect on it. Like, they went really, really, really hard with Blood Magic steals health as their thing. Is like, it makes it so impossible to do anything here without like changing names and stuff, because it's like they basically were like, oh, I know what blood magic is about. It's about stealing health. That's what defines blood magic. And like, I think blood magic is the attribute that like kind of suffered. I'm not sure I'll say it's the attribute that suffered the most, but it definitely feels like it's the attribute that suffered the most without me like thoroughly thinking about every single one of them. But like suffered the most from like, I don't know, is myopia the right word? But like the designers, the developers of Guild Wars, like honing in on stuff that was done in Prophecies and a very specific like part of what blood magic did, and being like, this is what blood magic is, instead of taking a broader view of it. And Jaundiced Gaze is a really good example of that, of like, oh no, we've accidentally made too many life-stealing skills. Because again, like, all of those life-stealing skills, it's hard to kind of differentiate them, and so it's just going to be like, what if a player makes a bar of life-steal skills? And what if that's the entire team, and then they go into PvP and they just eat everybody alive? Yeah, like there's definitely like there's a lot of room. Like I think blood magic should maybe have had like a small spattering of lifesteal, And otherwise, it's mostly like life sacrifice effects. That's why I'd put Enfeebling Blood there. Like life sacrifice, blood in the name, like it belongs in blood magic. Blood magic should have more of those sorts of effects. But because of where the names are at, it's really, really, really hard to kind of do that sort of thing. Because, like, what does Jaundice Gaze want to be? Well, it wants to be a lifesteal skill. Why does it want to be a lifesteal skill? Because that's what we've established gaze means in this game. Vampiric Spirit, or Vampiric Gaze, Ravenous Gaze. Like, I mean, originally Oppressive Gaze and Jaundice Gaze, like, they were all lifesteal skills originally. So it's like, what do you do when if you've backed yourself into this name? But yeah, like, there's so much room for rituals. Like, I can imagine a ritual that works. I mean, friggin' for crying out loud, they could have literally put rituals in blood magic. They could have had, like, blood ritual be a subtype of ritual in blood magic that just, like, cost a large percentage of health, right? And, like, created a spirit with a long-lasting effect that it does, or whatever. Something like that totally could go in blood magic. But I mean, there's so many like what ifs if you'd done the design differently earlier on, and we're talking about, okay, well, here's what I've inherited. What am I doing if I'm kind of approaching things that way more? And again, I don't use this enchantment removal effect because, like, there are cheaper enchantment removal spells, like 10 energy. Like, there's a bunch of 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 15-second recharge. So I need to be getting use out of the secondary effect on this. And there's just not that many Necromancer enchantments that I need this increased cast time and lowered energy cost for. And most of them are like an Order of Pain, but like look at this. How many enchantments are you really seeing here? There's like no enchantments and curses. Dark Aura maybe would benefit from it. Death Nova, I guess, but you don't really need. I mean, the energy decrease is always nice, but and Soul Reaping has like 2 enchantments, but they're also cheap. So what I'm saying is the cheaper enchantment clause here feels like it's made to work with orders, but just doesn't, like, it's not something that makes me super excited about it, about Jaundiced Gaze. So if I were to try to do something with this name, what would I do? Like, I'm thinking, what about a Chillblains that inflicts weakness or a Chillblains-esque effect? Like, remove an enchantment from target foe and adjacent foes. If one's removed, they suffer from weakness. Something like that could be an option. The benefit of something like that is it would compete favorably with Strip Enchantment. Strip Enchantment going deep and that sort of effect going wide. There's some argument for use there. I don't quite like that, but that's a direction you could go. Man, blood magic of all of the attributes is probably the one that needs to be like reconceived earlier the most. Back when like Factions was being worked on, sort of thing. This name is just such a box. Because, like, what I want to do with it is I want it to be, like, lifesteal, stronger lifesteal if the foe has a weakness on them. But it's like, no, that's not... That's part of the problem of what we're trying to get away from blood magic being. But that's kind of what they made blood magic into. Is, Here's an interesting twist. What if it benefited from you having weakness on you? Or inflicted weakness on you? Or another interesting idea would be, what if it stole conditions? So like target or transfer all conditions from target foe to yourself. For each one transferred this way, you steal some health. That would be an interesting direction to go with Jaundiced Gaze. I could see doing that because that would work really well with a Plague Sending bar, or a Plague Signet bar, frankly, and in a fragility team. Hiccups. Okay, I think they're gone. But that would work really well with fragility. I don't dislike that idea. I kind of like the idea actually of transfer all conditions from target foe to yourself, and steal health from them for each one lost, or for each one transferred. I feel like I would put that on a much lower cooldown. 10 energy might be fine if the cooldown's low enough on that. But I like that effect because it plays really nicely with fragility. It also plays really nicely with Plague Sending on a fragility team, especially. Because you rip a bunch from a person, and then you send them back out in an AoE to their team. That feels like a really interesting combo to me. So I like Jaundiced Gaze in that sort of space. Probably around a 5-second recharge. Transfer all conditions from target foe to yourself. You steal like 23, somewhere in that sort of like mid 20 or like 20s-ish range from that foe for each condition transfer this way. Like 10 energy, 1 second cast time, 5-second recharge. I'm feeling something like that. I kind of like that direction. Life Siphon. I think this skill is close. I would bump the 4 degen. Because, okay, so like Life Transfer hits... I need to look up when it hits. Life Transfer... Not Life Transfer, Life Siphon. Excuse me. It hits... Yeah, it takes 19 attributes to get it to 4 pips of health degen. I would probably bump that down to 16. And I could see bumping the 3 pips down to 10 as well. I think Life Siphon can just be a little bit stronger in that regard. I think it originally did have a 2-second recharge, now that I think about it. I think it used to have more of a 2-second recharge. I would probably either drop the energy cost to 5 or the recharge to like 0 or like 1 second or something. A much even shorter one so you can spam it a little bit better. And I'd also just... I think this is a fine effect, and I like this hex existing. I think it's a good effect to have. I would make it so that way getting to the 4 pips is much more feasible, and I'd make getting to the 3 pips a bit easier as well. I think I like lowering the recharge more than I do lowering the energy cost. But I could see going either way with this one, and it's certainly something to kind of play around with. As it currently sits, I feel like this is just a little bit weak, but I like the effect existing. I like it existing quite a bit. Okay, so we already mentioned Life Transfer. I like the idea of changing this to an inch, like, so as it is, like, this is an iconic skill of Mursat Necromancers, and it's kind of a neat effect, in that it looks really cool, but then you actually play with it and you realize that the health regeneration cap means that it's not that exciting. How is the encoder getting overloaded with that? Anyway, it's not that exciting, and it. I think it's generally just kind of actually a little bit worse than Life Siphon in some regards because it takes up your elite slot and things. I like the idea of changing it to an enchantment that you can maintain. As I already mentioned, that takes some of the life you sacrifice and heals other allies, so people other than yourself in the area around you. It might need to read non-spirit, non-minion allies for or maybe party members specifically, not allies. That might be the direction you need to go with it. Because what I'm basically thinking here is, if I Blood of the Master and sacrifice like 25% of my HP and then basically double dip that for the heal for the minions, that seems a little strong. So maybe this is like heals party members, and then the percentage is what I would have. The percentage of the life sacrifice that gets turned into healing is what I'd have scale with blood magic. Not exactly where those points would be, but probably something where you need like 18 blood magic to get 100% of the life sacrifice transferred, and starting off at like 10%. So just to give you some rough estimates of where I'd sit. Lifebane Strike is a clone of Shadow Strike. Just quickly discuss. I would want to split up the functionality. I would keep Shadow Strike more or less the same as it is, but I would dramatically lower the recharge to like 6 seconds or something. It was originally closer to 8, and it got bumped up because of Blood Spike. So I think Shadow Strike is, in PvE, perfectly reasonable to have a significantly lower recharge. Lifebane Strike. Let's see. One of the things that blood magic lacks right now, in general, is AoE effects. Let's see. Lifebane. I actually kind of like the idea of let's see. So I've got a couple of different things bopping around my head at once, so I kind of need to sort through them instead of having them just kind of rapid fire. Either scaling off of hexes on foes or enchantments on them. A lifesteal effect that scales up if there's enchantments on the foe is interesting. It does play in the Desecrate enchantments place, obviously. So probably doesn't need to excuse me, be over here as well. I'm trying to think of what Lifebane would mean to me. Like, it's very generic in some regards and feels very specific in others. Huh. Lifebane Strike. I think actually what's the most interesting idea with this is to make this an attack skill. Like, just a generic attack that can work with any weapon. That's like, has lifesteal on it. I almost kind of like that idea. Or actually another potential idea. Ooh. I kind of like the idea of this being a melee attack. Or not a melee attack, but just a general attack that just has some life sacrifice and then deals additional shadow damage. That's a really interesting idea. It's like 15% health sacrifice. I don't know. I don't know what the recharge should be. But no activation time because it's an attack skill. It's just regular activation time for an attack. And then feel like around a 3 to 6 second recharge. Perform an attack against target foe that deals plus, I don't know where I should cap out at. Like, I feel like around 17 to 20 at shadow damage at or maybe the whole attack deals shadow damage or like dark damage. So like 15% health sacrifice. This attack deals or performing attack against target foe that deals dark damage and has like plus like 20 damage or something on it, to where it kind of like gets around some armor types and stuff. Something like that could be really interesting. I kind of like that direction, frankly. Yeah. I don't know. I like the idea of like random attack skills and stuff. And something that can play well into sort of the Dark Knight archetype is something that I think would be really cool as well. So I kind of like the idea of making Life Bane Strike something that specifically kind of fits into that. You could also just give it an additional clause of like it does additional damage to enchanted foes or something like that. But yeah, something along those lines though, where it's an attack skill. I like that idea. Mark of Fury, I think the skill is actually pretty good where it's at, and is easily a little underrated. Partly because adrenaline is not used a ton in meta play, but if you have somebody that has adrenaline and somebody who wants cracked armor, which are typically both, Mark of Fury actually is pretty sweet. So I feel like the skill is actually kind of fine where it's at. If anything, I could see maybe dropping the recharge down to like 8 seconds, but Mark of Subversion. Okay, so this is a weird Mesmer skill over here that's in Blood Magic because it's a lifesteal skill. This is one of those skills that feels like it kind of is on a weird spot, but I think what I would do with Mark of Subversion is I would drop it to 5 energy, give it somewhere around like a 15 or 17% life sacrifice to make it feel like it fits in Blood Magic more than just lifesteal, and then I'd drop the recharge down to like, for PvE purposes, something like 12 seconds or something like that. It just doesn't need to have as long of a recharge as it has. But it's for 6 seconds. The next time target foe casts a spell that targets an ally of that foe, which is so much clearer wording than what the friggin' madness they do with, was it Guilt? No. Shame. Yeah, which is a lot clearer than the wording that they have on Shame. Like, let's compare these for a moment. This guy's a Mesmer. Shame says, the next time target foe casts a spell that targets an ally, just targets an ally. Is that your ally or their ally? Whereas Mark of Subversion is very explicitly says ally of that foe. If they just had that of that foe line, it would be so much clearer. Guilt targets a foe of that foe. If they just added the words of that foe like they do here, it would make those a lot easier to understand. But like, I never use Mark of Subversion, and part of the reason, I mean, it would be a little bit more attractive at a shorter cast time. But part of it is just like, that recharge is really long. So have it be something that can more easily be used. Oh, excuse me. In PvE would be really good. I took a melatonin last night to help me fall asleep because I felt like I was either going to be tired today because I didn't fall asleep very quickly, or tired today because I'd taken melatonin, and I opted for the latter there. So I'm a little yawny because of that. Offering of Blood I think is fine where it's at. This is a good energy management elite for any profession to make use of. So I don't have anything I'd necessarily do to Offering of Blood. Oppressive Gaze is a weird one. I actually kind of like this one where they put it. Not so much for the damage. I think the damage is really poor on it, but the Poison and Weakened, sort of the miniature virulence on it, I think is really cool. However, I think as it is, this is not a blood magic skill. This is a death magic skill. Death magic is the attribute that tends to work with degeneration conditions the most. Not death magic. or not blood magic. Like blood magic uses bleeding, and this synergizes really nicely with barbed signet, but yeah. To make this feel more like a blood magic skill, I'd probably change the shadow damage to lifesteal and drop it to 5 energy, but give it like a 20% health sacrifice. I think that would feel a little bit better. I think this, like I said, I think this skill is actually decent because AoE conditions like that are pretty good if you have enough other conditions going around. I feel like this skill has a home, and it's a skill I do use sometimes. Order of Pain is fine. Order of the Vampire. So Order of the Vampire is one of those skills that they just kicked the crap out of. I would absolutely, in this current era, kill that, like, just revert it back to what it was. That's what I would do. For those who don't know, let me... Order of the Vampire skill history. So this, I mean, not necessarily the original. I guess it's typically had that 5-second recharge. Yeah, so this was originally sacrifice 17% maximum health for 5 seconds whenever a party member hits a foe with physical damage. That party member steals health. 10 energy, 2-second cast time, 5-second recharge, 17% health sacrifice. What they eventually did to it is in 2006, they added the no longer triggers if you have other Necromancer enchantments on you. I think that, so for some context of what was going on at the time, in 2006, they added the Battle Isles and changed Tomb of the Primeval Kings. Let's see, when? As March 2nd. So yeah, this was in preparation for the release of Factions. With Factions release, this is an important contextual history lesson. They had a bunch of PvP areas that they needed to change up to be not around the world, because originally Team Arenas was stationed off of Draknar's Forge over here. So if you wanted to go to TA, you'd find it right over here. RA was, I think, on this island right here, if I remember correctly. It's been a while, guys. But you'd talk to one of the NPCs in Lion's Arch, and they'd take you to it. It was like the competitive arena or whatever. And you'd go over to RA over here. So RA was just sitting over here. Tombs, as people called it, or TOPK, was what became Heroes Ascent. That was originally over here. If you wanted to do it, you would map into this outpost. They realized that having the PvP areas, and I don't know why they didn't figure this out until... Maybe they didn't figure out how they were going to do campaigns. I don't know. But anyway, having PvP arenas, kind of like these red pins that you see here, actually, for the Shiver Peak Arena and the Ascalon Arena. Having those arenas out in the world, and there's a couple more. I feel like I remember this one being green. I don't know why. But like Fort Koga used to exist as an arena that you'd get to from Henge of Denravi, I think, somewhere. Yeah, over this direction, I think, is where Fort Koga used to be. Hey, Chase the Light, thank you for the follow and welcome. But what they realized is having all of these arenas being out in the world wouldn't work when they introduced new campaigns. So they being ArenaNet, invented the Battle Isles, and that's where we got the Great Temple of Balthazar and all that. So like this was something that they added in order to have PvP take place on a continent neutral location. So that made sense. But now they had this Tomb of the Primeval Kings outpost. What are they going to do with it? Well, what they ended up doing with it is they made it into the dungeon that uses some of the Heroes Ascent maps that we now know and love. And then the teams that were like farming that used Barrage Rangers with an Orders Necro that would stack Order of Pain and Order of the Vampire, in order to be able to get huge amounts of damage off of barrage. So it's these barrage pets. I forget why they brought pets, but they brought pets as well. I don't think this doesn't affect allies. It was party members, right? Yeah, whenever party member. Yeah, I don't know. Barrage pet was the build, but so it was like 5 barrage rangers, an orders necro, a bipper, and a heal monk. I did it a couple times as a heal monk. But anyway, you'd have all of these barrage rangers. So I think it was because of that build dominating in the Tomb of the Primeval Kings maps that they nerfed Vampiric Spirit like that, or Order of the Vampire like they did. I think... I don't know, it's been long enough. I'd have to try to hunt down their reasoning, but I think that's why they did it. The way that the game is now, I don't think those concerns are a concern anymore. And I'd be totally okay with allowing that sort of thing back in. I would also I'd bump the energy cost of this back up to 10 and get rid of the 5-second recharge, frankly. And just be like, hey, yeah, knock yourself out. Stack this with Order of Pain. Just spend your time casting Order of Pain, Order of the Vampire, Order of Pain, Order of the Vampire. See how things work out. See if those barrage teams are able to be successful in areas again. Because frankly, the strength of like some of the soul farming builds and stuff like that, just or other techniques, is just, I think it probably outstrips what the Order of the Vampire, Order of Pain stacking was from back in the day. But I'd be happy to like let that build have another chance to be in the sun, as it were, and another opportunity. So that's my thoughts on that anyway. So yeah, I would do that adjustment to Order of the Vampire and kind of see how it goes. I don't know why. I mean, Ravenous Gaze is... Hello again, Lazarus123. Welcome back. Ravenous Gaze is like one of those skills that, like, why did they keep leaning into blood magic? Well, I will give it this. It is the elite version of the lifesteal sort of effect. Let's see, if I were trying to do stuff... this skill always feels a little anemic to me. It does have a really big AoE size. Nearby is a pretty good size. So that's cool, I guess. This is what? 54 damage? So here's the problem. If you look at where things are right now, Energy Surge probably has about a 10-second recharge and deals closer to 100 damage. That's like double the damage this does. Just pointing out there, that's kind of like the threshold for where things start becoming good. Obviously, the fact that this is lifesteal is very strong. And of course, it does get a bit higher. Let's see. Where does Ravenous Gaze get at? 18 blood magic. Ravenous Gaze. This is where I keep having to look up numbers on the wiki. Oh, cool. At 18 blood magic, it gets up to 33, which is a total of 66, for those doing the math at home. I think you could probably easily bump that up to closer to 45 at 18 blood magic, and it would be fine. I mean, you're having to use Awaken the Blood at that point. That's bumping this up to a 12% sacrifice. You could increase the energy cost at that point back up to 5. I think something like that would actually make this somewhat playable if it was doing like 90 armor ignoring damage with a bunch of lifesteal stapled onto it, where you're like, I'm stealing 45 health from target foe and all nearby foes. And that would suddenly allow it to kind of compete in the same sort of tier that current Energy Surge is at, and probably be somewhat comparable to sort of some of the nerfs I would do to Energy Surge. I would certainly try it. Again, I think the energy cost needs to be bumped up to 5 at that point, and the life sacrifice might need to go up to like 12%. as well, but something along those lines. I talked about Shadow Strike a bit earlier. I think this is overall fine, but I'd cut the recharge to closer to like 6 seconds or something, because the recharges on this is just long because of getting nerfed for Blood Spike in PvP. Signet of Agony. I'm actually fairly happy with where this is at. I think that there's not a ton of builds that want this, but this is actually really nice with Symbolic Strike. So I actually kind of like Signet of Agony where it is. So I would not be inclined to do much to this. You suffer from bleeding for 25 seconds is a very has use either way sort of clause. So it plays well with curses is up here. It plays well with something like Plague Touch. So I don't think this is a skill that has like a ton of use, but I do think it has some uses. So Signet of Suffering is just awkward. I don't. This is the sort of effect that was really ridiculous when they changed Barb Signet to this effect and had it on a non-elite skill in PvP. But as it stands in PvE, I don't think the skill is very good at all. I actually kind of like the original take, which was dealing damage to cursed foes. Cursed foes? Hexed foes. Excuse me. I have a game I'm working on where I use curses instead of hexes. So I think I got a little bit confused there. But also curses magic. But where originally is basically a signet that dealt damage for each hex. Let's actually look up the skill history. There's a lot of skills that have changed pretty dramatically. So the original skill here was 2-second cast time, 20-second recharge, elite signet. For each hex on target foe, that foe takes some damage. Scales up to like 29 at 12, maximum 140. And it was in curses. Now, I don't mind it not being in curses. As I've kind of said, curses has way too freaking many skills as is. And I would push Enfeebling Blood up to Blood Magic, as I've stated. But that sort of effect... Blood Magic could have had a few more Punisher effects not at Elite, but anyway. This sort of effect, I think would actually make... Or like that punishing for Hex's effect, I think could be kind of nice to have back. What I would probably consider doing, frankly, is I'd probably take something like that original design. Do I like it? I mean, it belongs in Curses or Soul Reaping, or... Actually, what I kind of like is I kind of like Signet of Suffering, an Elite Signet in no attribute that does like 15 damage to like target foe for each hex on them, maximum like 70 damage, 70 or 80 damage, something like that. 2-second cast time and like a 10-second recharge. Something kind of like that, where it's like, yes, I got a nice big hex stack up on somebody. I think the reason why they changed it is either it wasn't getting any use, or... it was being used in Hexway to great effect, and they didn't like that. I like it being something that Mesmers can easily grab and make use of, though. And Necromancer just does not have very many no-attribute skills. Like, if we scroll down here to no attribute, you'll notice there's only 2 skills here. Gaze of Contempt and Grunt's Balance. So I don't mind... Whoops. That was a weird scrolling. I don't mind... Well, it wasn't. I just wasn't on the skill panel. I don't mind moving Signet of Suffering to be like some static numbers in no attribute, and I think that could be a good place for it. But I like it being something where it's like, oh yeah, you can use this on a foe with a bunch of hexes on them. I'm not exactly sure where the numbers should be for that. That's one of those things where you really have to kind of play with it. But I'd want it to be something... Basically, I'd want it to be something that can kind of feel a bit like a... I'm not going to see it over there. Not going to see that over here either. That could feel a little bit like Necrosis. It's kind of a signet version of Necrosis, a little bit. You could also make it like count, like for each hex and condition on target foe, they take 15 damage, 2-second cast time, 10-second recharge, maximum like 70, 80 damage, something like that. No attribute. I think that would be an interesting skill. That I could absolutely see. That's actually a really interesting skill that I could absolutely see having use for. I could see making it 1 second instead of 2 seconds. But something along those lines, I think, would be really nice in no attribute. So I think I kind of like that sort of change. Soul Leech. So this is one of those skills that's just bad backfire. Necromancer has a bunch of these where it's like, here's an elite version of a skill that another profession gets. So this is backfire, except it's an elite skill, and it costs less energy and has, I think it has slightly less cast time, but Mesmer, fast casting, whatever. And slightly quicker recharge. I mean, Domination Magic's just down here. Yeah, 3-second recharge. Yeah, so it's like slightly better statted, but worse damage, but the damage is lifesteal. I don't think backfire sees all that much use. I would probably... what I'd probably do with this is bump... I don't know exactly where you need it to be. Probably like a 15-second... Or 15 energy. Like 20 or 25% health sacrifice. And make it like adjacent. Just make this AoE. And I feel like that right there makes this a lot more interesting. Random question. I'm noticing on OBS that my microphone does kind of flare into the red range a little bit. Does it feel like I'm being overdriven at all or anything like that? How's my microphone sounding to people? I'll let y'all think about that. But yeah, I like the idea of changing Soul Leech to A, have a life sacrifice, and B, be AoE. Hey, Hawk. Okay. Sound pretty normal to me. Yeah, this would be something where it'd be on my end if I was getting overdriven. Okay, just wanted to check that, just because I am noticing it kind of bumping up towards the red range. I didn't know if that was actually causing problems, or... Good to know that it's doing fine. Yeah, this would be a lot more attractive as an AoE skill. Spoil Victor. So, this is another weird one that, like, I wouldn't want to, like, change the skill dramatically because I think it's really useful to have. I could see giving this a life sacrifice and dropping the recharge to 5 seconds. I think something that makes it a little bit easier to use in scenarios where you're not just using it to make Shiro kill himself really quickly or something, or Duncan kill himself is nice, and having it be like an 8 or 10% life sacrifice with a 5-second recharge would make it a little bit more usable and make it feel like it belongs in blood magic better. Again, life sacrifice is really important to me to make a skill feel like it's blood magic if it's not a lifesteal skill. So I would consider something like that. Plus, there's some synergy with Spoil Shiro. No kidding. That, like, Shiro and Duncan the Black are the main areas where I use this. This is actually a really useful skill, even outside of those areas, but having a slight bit of spammability to it would be really nice. Strip Enchantment, I think, is great as is. The main thing I do to strip enchantment is I'd make more enemies, or I'd make fewer enemies have it. It's a little too prolific among enemy compositions, in my opinion. But otherwise, like, I think the skill is kind of fine. So Touch of Agony and Wallow's Bite, I think I'd want to change these. I think one of them is fine, but frankly what I'd do is I'd keep Touch of Agony. I would change its recharge to 0 seconds. I just get rid of its recharge. And that's what I do to Touch of Agony. I like having this skill for certain builds that want this effect. They're not great, but I like it as an option. But I don't think it's so great that I need multiples. So I would take Touch of Agony and just get rid of the recharge. I don't think it's such a great effect that it requires me to use 2 skill slots to be able to get it down to a 1.5 effective recharge. So just get rid of the recharge on one of them, and Touch of Agony is the one I'd keep here. And I think that would be fine. Unholy Feast. I think this is a fine skill. Overall, I feel like PvE-wise, it's maybe a little awkward, though. And I probably would just consider dropping this to a 10 energy cost. I think 15 is quite a lot when it gets capped as it does. And I like making this easier to use for especially warriors. I think 10 energy is fine. I don't think that's going to make this skill suddenly show up all over the place in PvE. Then we get to Vampiric Bite and Vampiric Touch. These are duplicates, of course. They're most useful in the Touch Ranger build, and from a PvE standpoint, that bar is not amazing anyway. I would just strongly consider getting rid of the recharge on one of them. Probably Vampiric Touch. That's the OG one. And have this be as is without a recharge. Just 0 recharge or 1 second recharge. I think 0 recharge is probably fine. I don't think that makes Touch Ranger suddenly show up everywhere to farm things in PvE. Probably makes Jade Scarabs in the Maguma jungle worse. But 15 energy is already a lot, so Necromancers can't spam this that much. So in that case, that leaves Vampiric Bite. Now, the thing about Vampiric Bite is that it's a bit more of a generic term than the other one. You know what would actually be really fun with this is having it be an enchantment that's like basically a one-shot sort of effect. Like you enchant an ally, the next time they hit. Okay, so my brain skipped straight from Nightmare Weapon straight to I mean, okay. What is here? I need Ritualists. Straight to Vengeful Weapon. What if Vampiric Bite was just basically like an enchantment version of Vengeful Weapon in Blood Magic? I think that'd be kind of cool. I would like that option. I'd like that option a lot. 5 energy, quarter second cast time, 3 second recharge, enchantment spell. The next time target ally is dealt damage, they steal, I don't know, roughly 60 health from the one that up and hit him. So there's a couple of reasons why I really like that idea for Vampiric Bite, or Vampiric Touch. I mean, it doesn't really matter which one you keep and which one you change to me, but that might actually fit a little bit better with Vampiric Touch, but and then make Vampiric Bite just the 0 recharge, and then Vampiric Touch be that sort of effect. It doesn't really matter. But I really like that in Blood Magic, also because I think Blood Magic, like monks with Offering of Blood, have a proud history in the game. Blood Bond works really well with those compositions as well, and it also would be nice to have as an option for some other things as well. Having a few more Healy options in Blood Magic like that would be really cool. So having a Vengeful Weapon enchantment edition in blood magic, I think thematically fits with what blood magic is to an extent, but also like just expands its toolbox a little bit. And I feel like blood magic, like, again, if I were doing it over again, blood magic would be kind of like a toolbox where life sacrifice is a part of the cost of your tools. And like when I say blood magic over again, I don't just mean like reworking existing skills. I mean like back when they were making factions. I've said this a couple times. So back when they were making factions, be like not just thinking of blood magic as lifesteal, and kind of going that direction, I think would be really, really cool. And I kind of like that idea. Yeah. So I really like a vengeful weapon enchantment. It just opens up some slight additional possibility of things that you're doing with it, and I really, really like that. That brings us to Vampiric Gaze. Vampiric Gaze is your just traditional basic lifesteal skill. Now I want to go check something. Vampiric Gaze. Oh, guess what? Skill history is a thing for it. Originally had a 5-second recharge. In 2008, they bumped the recharge up to 8 seconds. Yeah, a lot of blood magic stuff, and I've talked about this, but like Lifebane Strike and Shadow Strike is another example of it. A lot of the lifesteal has been slowly nerfed over the years because of Blood Spike and PvP, and they just never did any sort of splits to try to make these things work better in PvE. I feel like from a PvE standpoint, Vampiric Gaze could go back down to that 5-second recharge, and frankly could probably steal slightly more health. I'd probably just tweak the numbers a little bit on it, though. I feel like this is an effect that you really want in the game. It is emblematic of an aspect of blood magic in a way that I think is really useful to have, and I think it can be slightly stronger in PvE. So, like, giving it less recharge, I would... 5 seconds seems like a good place to start, and like bumping up the numbers slightly. I like the idea of at 16 blood magic hitting like closer to like, I think right now at 16, 16 it's hitting for 63. At 18 it's hitting for 68. So I could see bumping that up by 10. Just take this whole skill and add 10 lifesteal to it all across the board. So at 18 it's hitting for 78, and it's hitting for 73 at 16. I'm not sure if that's quite enough for it. It feels kind of expensive still at 10 energy. But like at a 5-second recharge, I would certainly try those numbers and see how it feels, see how usable it feels. I could also see trying it at the at like 5 energy as well. The lifesteal aspect of it is very strong because it does heal you. So like it's always important to keep in mind that this skill doesn't just say steal or like deal 52 damage to target foe. It also says heal yourself for 52. And this is of course at 12 blood magic, so it's a little bit weaker, but even at 63, like that's not that incredible. So I would absolutely try some slightly different numbers. Hawk, were you here when I was talking about what I do to the life transfer? But yeah, so I feel like Vampiric Gaze, I just would... this is probably one of those skills that would slowly creep up in strength to me. Okay. I'll mention it again in just a moment here. But I feel like Vampiric Gaze is one of those skills that would slowly creep up in strength to me until I felt like it was at until testing showed that it was at a place where it's like, yes, I'm happy to be bringing the skill. It doesn't feel like I'm like bringing something kind of weak. What I like with life transfer is changing it to an enchantment that sits on you, that turns a percentage of your life sacrifice into splashed heal around you. Probably something in the like nearby range. And like an enchantment that you can keep up all the time. So that's what I do with life transfer. Vampiric Spirit, I've already kind of mentioned the general direction that I'd want to do this, where this is like whenever you sacrifice health, you steal health based on that from a foe. Something like... Yeah, something like whenever you sacrifice health, you steal that much life from a nearby foe. Or an adjacent foe or something. Obviously that plays a little bit better in melee range, but... I like something like that for Vampiric Spirit, where the duration would basically scale. I'm not quite sure what the cost on that would be, but I would want it to be something that you can kind of keep up somewhat reasonably. So I feel like 30-second duration, 20-second recharge, 10 energy, 1-second cast time. It's about where I'd try it to start and see how that kind of feels. But I like more rewards for life sacrifice, so... Hey guys, what if we took Deathly Swarm and we made it a lifesteal skill in Blood Magic, because Blood Magic is about stealing life? But does it have to be? Does it have to be? I mean, this skill is one of the stronger lifesteal skills, but can't have things be too logical, eh, Fear? Oh, you know, okay. I think I like this idea. What if Vampiric Swarm was like Order of the Vampire for minions, except specifically melee minions. Like, it wouldn't affect Bone Fiends. So, like, whenever a minion you control deals melee damage to an enemy, they steal, like, 10 health from them. Something like that. Put a life sacrifice on it. You could go for the traditional 17% that's on orders. Maybe like a 7 or 8 second duration. 5 is a little short, feeling. But where the minion's the one that gains the health. So you can use it to help heal your minions. I like something like that as an idea. I feel like the fact that it's in another attribute kind of means that it doesn't need to be elite as well. So, I don't know. I'd try something like that. See how it feels. See how it plays. I would leave... We already talked about Vampiric Touch / Vampiric Bite. I'd leave one of them the same with no recharge for Touch Rangers. Wallow's Bite... I was thinking about this a little bit, because I talked about Touch of Agony and just removing its recharge, and then changing the other one. I think I kind of like the idea of changing Wallow's Bite to be kind of like... Enfeebling Touch, except, and maybe Enfeebling Touch could go up here, but I like the idea of Wallow's Bite, like, target touched foe, like, takes some small amount of damage, like, just decrease the damage, but then have it inflict poison and disease. I like that idea. I like it being a touch skill that inflicts, like, has some life sacrifice on it and then inflicts those two conditions. Like, so some life sacrifice for you to use, I think is fine. I could also see moving it to death magic and giving it like a 5 energy cost and like a 5-second recharge. Target touch foe takes like 25 shadow damage. Or something like that at the sort of higher end, and is like poisoned and diseased for... I actually kind of like it in death magic in that sort of circumstance, and takes like poison and disease for like 12 seconds or something. That seems like a really fun direction to go with Wallow's Bite. Well of Blood and Well of Power, I'm fine with these both. I could see dropping Well of Power's recharge to like 12 seconds, but I think it's overall fine where it's at. And Well of Blood I think is fine where it's at as well. If you really wanted to buff Well of Blood, you'd drop its energy cost to 5. But I feel like it's a fine skill. So that brings us to curses. Yay! Let's get these points out of here. So the first thing about curses is it has way too freaking many skills for some reason. Wells are interesting in that they remove the corpse requirement in GW2. Do you think that would work in GW1? I'm fine with the corpse requirement. I actually really like the exploit corpse mechanic, and I like sort of that additional resource in Guild Wars 1. The thing that helps Wells in Guild Wars 2 is Guild Wars 2 has ground targeting. Guild Wars 1 doesn't. So that makes Wells kind of like the corpse adds a sort of positionality that you don't get with other skills in Guild Wars 1 that don't care about corpses. And this goes for Putrid Explosion as well. But the fact that the fact that corpses are a functional resource in Guild Wars 1 and that it'd be around self or target ally or target foe or whatever. And I think if you do that, they start to kind of fit into a similar place as like wards or like a firestorm sort of effect or whatever. So the ground targeting really makes a big difference there. If I were to do anything with Wells, I would have a slight targeting tweak to where it uses the corpse nearest your target for spawning them. So like if I was targeting an enemy, instead of using the corpse right next to me from the melee attacker that just died to my Ineptitude Mesmer or whatever, it would use the corpse nearest to the enemy I was targeting. Or if I was targeting an ally, it would use the corpse nearest them, that sort of thing. That would be helpful to just have a little bit more control over well targets. Instead of just being the corpse nearest your position. But that's the main thing that I would want to do differently with how Wells like mechanically function at a like core mechanic level in Guild Wars 1. It's an interesting question though. Guild Wars 2 Necromancer is a lot more summoner than Necromancer compared to Guild Wars 1, I think. Because of the lack of corpse requirement on stuff though. And having something that's a shared resource between you and your enemies makes for a really interesting sort of game. There are areas where I want to try to bring wells in order to use up, or like other effects, in order to use up corpses to deny them to the enemy. And I think that's a neat place to play around in as well. And the corpse requirement also means that there are some areas where you don't want to use wells because you don't get a lot of corpses. And I think that's also an interesting space to play in. Okay, so let's start talking about curses. Starting with Atrophy. So Atrophy right here, this feels like it's a riff off of Whale of Doom, which just like zeroes out a foe's attributes for a short period of time. It was originally an interrupt, but the thing about Atrophy... okay. Well, I'm glad you're able to be here for a little bit. See you when you return, Hawk. And you can always catch the VOD. It'll be going up. I mean, after the stream, it's available on Twitch, and it goes up on the YouTube channel tomorrow. Let's see. 8 p.m. my time, I guess, is like, what, 11 p.m. yours? So it's maybe you're not watching until like Thursday, but... So yeah, the thing about Atrophy is zeroing out a foe's primary attribute like this is strong in PvP and nigh worthless in PvE. I guess you could use it to sort of slow down a Mesmer. it might make a Necromancer gain a few, or like miss a few energy packets. It'll temporarily like make Dervish and Ranger skills more expensive. The most interesting thing that it does, I think, is make an Elementalist suddenly lose a huge pile of energy. Primary attributes are powerful, but like it also like temporarily makes a monk worse at their job. It makes things a little bit worse for ritualists. Maybe it makes an assassin lose some energy packets, but theirs is a little bit inconsistent anyway. My basic point is I don't feel like atrophy is that great. Reducing just the primary attribute is typically pretty like it's not great to have your primary attribute set to 0, but it's also not, for most professions, like they can still function just fine with no primary attribute for a few seconds. It's most useful if they have skills in their primary attribute that they're using. And in that case, like, yeah, obviously it can become a problem. I think playing around with attribute decrease like this is interesting. If I were to do something with atrophy, though, what I would do is I would just have it be like target foes attributes are reduced by like 2. Something like that. And have it, or in PvE, frankly, I could even see it being like adjacent range. Slightly longer duration would be fine. Less recharge would be fine. It's just not that exciting. Even something like that. But like reducing all of their attributes by a little bit like that will actually be useful. Whereas I could actually see setting this to a hard duration of like 7 seconds, like a 12-second recharge, 10 energy, maybe more like a 2-second cast time. I don't know, but have the attribute reductions scale up with curses to where at like 12 curses it's like -2, at 16 it's -3, sort of thing. I mean, -2 might be earlier than 12. It might be at like 10, but you get the gist. I think I would experiment with something kind of more in that range of just like straight up reducing attributes, kind of like weakness does. Obviously stacking with weakness, but I would try something along those lines. Barbs, I think Barbs is overall fine the way it is. I think for PvE purposes, it could be a 1-second cast time. But overall, like, this is useful with minions. It's useful with Ebon Vanguard Assassin support. I think Barbs is a fine skill. I could see lowering the energy cost a little bit, but Soul Reaping helps, so I don't know. Oh, Cacophony. For 10 seconds, whenever target foe uses a shout or chant, that foe takes 90 damage. I never use this because it turns out Vocal Minority exists, and for 17 seconds, target foe and all nearby foes cannot use shouts or chants. Feels a lot better to me than Cacophony. What I actually think I'd do with Cacophony is I would change it to say whenever target foe uses a shout or chant, enemies or like other foes in earshot of that foe take like 65 damage or something like that. But basically where it makes them do AoE damage whenever they use a shout or chant. To like, I don't know if it should include themselves or not. Maybe it can. But like, I think I'd do something more like that direction where if like you place this on somebody and they start spamming Go for the Eyes, it's like dealing AoE damage to basically, like, I like it being in earshot range where it's like, oh, everybody that they affect with a shout or chant. Like, I think that's actually kind of the way that I'd want it to be. Is like, for, I'm not quite sure how long. I think it could be probably be bumped up a little bit. 15 or 20 seconds in PvE, frankly. Whenever target foe uses a shout or chant, or whenever a shatter chant used by a foe affects or applies an effect or something like that to to one of their allies, that like whoever is affected by it takes like closer to like 65 damage. I dropped the damage a bit because it's an AoE, but I like the basic idea of like it basically staples on a bunch of damage, or like maybe life loss. I think the way that I would word it actually is like whenever target foe uses a shatter chant, the hearers of that shatter chant lose like 65 health. I like that direction for Cacophony. Single target, kind of like Spiteful Spirit, but specifically like punishing the uses of shouts and chants in an earshot range makes a lot of sense. I mean, you could just have it be whenever target foe uses a shatter chant, foes in earshot range of that foe take or like lose 65 health or something like that. I basically I like something in that direction. I think that's a really kind of cool way to take things. So, yeah. Chillblains, this is one of those skills that I would, frankly, the only change that I'd make to it is I'd give it to fewer enemies. I think too many enemies have Chillblains. I think this is a fine skill to have in the game. A powerful AoE enchantment removal like this is great to have. I just think fewer enemies should be using it, because they do it so much, and it's so annoying. But I'm happy to have this exist. Corrupt Enchantment, I actually think this is a pretty solid skill to have in the game as well. I don't think it sees a ton of PvE play, but this is a 10-second recharge enchantment removal. I think that's really, really nice. And I like having an elite like this that's just like really good, just very efficient enchantment removal, causes some nice health degen. I like the effect and that sort of thing. So I think this is pretty good where it's at. That brings us to Defiled Defenses. This is a hex that I like never use. For the simple reason that I would rather just use Rigor Mortis and prevent the foe from being able to block than make them take 102 damage the next time they block. Realistically, what I think I would probably do with this, if I were, again, in charge of balancing things, is I would bump up the recharge a bit to closer to 10 seconds. I'd probably drop the duration down to like 5 or 7 seconds, somewhere kind of in there. Lower the damage, but just not have it end the next time they block. Just like for like 7 seconds, whenever target foe blocks, that foe loses like 30 HP or something kind of like that. So that way you throw it on those friggin' whirling defense spamming rangers and they just suddenly just lose a ton of health, right? I think I'd probably do it something like that, where it's specifically punishing blocking in a more general sense, but not for as long. And you definitely need to kick up the recharge on it. It might also even just need to be up to 10 energy, something like that. So this brings us to Defile Enchantments / Desecrate Enchantments. Same skill because of the split. Or because of factions doing the weird thing that they did. I don't know what split I was talking about there. I'm a little tired. Sometimes weird things like Pokemon split between physical and special pops into my head. I don't even know. But Desecrate Enchantments and Defile Enchantments, I think this effect is fine. I frankly would find these a lot more appealing at like an 8-second recharge. Obviously, I feel like the damage on them is a little bit low. It is armor ignoring, and in a fairly good sized AoE though. So I actually don't mind having both of these skills being the same thing as they are. I just would want them to be a bit stronger, so that way they're more usable. And I feel like the two things that I'd want to see with that is I'd want to see the recharge probably not quite as aggressive as I was saying, probably closer to like 12, but bump up the damage a little bit as well. Maybe what is it? Defile enchantments. At 16, it's 60 or 64 base shadow damage with 21 per enchantment. So that gets to be fairly decent. If you get it up to 18, that's 71. Like, that's not bad at all. You can get it up there with Awaken the Blood. So, like, I would probably scale it slightly better, but it doesn't need a lot. It just they feel like they're slightly too weak to me, and I think the big thing is like knocking a few seconds off of that recharge, bringing them down to 12. Maybe bumping up the damage by like 5 points or something. Suddenly makes these pretty appealing. I think. So I would try something kind of like that. Basically, I feel like or maybe increase like by a couple points the damage for each enchantment rather than the base damage, but I don't know. I wouldn't do a whole lot to these. I feel like they're really borderline playable, as it were, borderline usable. And the biggest reason like why I don't is they just feel just slightly a little too weak. But the thing is, the AoE size is good, so it's like that's not the problem. The problem is that they're just not quite as good as what Mesmer can pull off. That's the problem. I think Defile Flesh is a fine skill. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it other than that. Reduced healing is actually a fairly useful effect. I will say, however, that given the fact it has a life sacrifice and all that sort of thing, I would consider bumping this up to Blood Magic. Curses has too many skills in it as far as I'm concerned, and I'd rather distribute a couple of them out. And I feel like Defile Flesh is one of those skills that I would consider. Depravity, I would buff the snot out of this thing. Depravity doesn't show up a whole lot in PvE because because energy denial is not good in PvE. So I think, let me check something here. I keep checking things on the wiki because it's convenient. Yeah, Depravity does not have a PvP version. From a PvE standpoint, this can be AoE and AoE. So what I mean by that is for like 17 seconds, whenever target foe or an adjacent foe or like a nearby foe casts a spell, that foe and foes... Probably what I do is like for 17 seconds, whenever target foe or nearby foe casts a spell, that foe and all adjacent foes lose like the energy amount that they kind of have here. But something where you apply it in an AoE and it has an effect in an AoE. I was saying this with Mesmer, but I think if you want energy denial tactics to work in PvE, they have to be very, very aggressive, very loud, very strong. I know there's been some comments that have been left there that I want to actually spend some time to read. I haven't spent time fully to read them yet, but I know there was some mention about enemies having strong energy denial being really painful in PvE as well, and that's true. I don't think there's like any enemies that use Depravity anyway, but I don't mind energy denial being a more powerful effect in PvE just because, like, to actually make it matter against enemies, it has to be very strong. So I would try setting this to some like super AoE-ness and seeing how that plays. Seeing how effective it feels against enemies, seeing how bad it feels to have land on you. That's certainly an effect that, like, obviously you don't need a ton of enemies using because if it's an AoE, then it doesn't really matter. But my experience in this game is that for energy denial to actually be useful and effective against enemies, it has to be very strong. Because the best way to stop an enemy from using skills is to kill them, not to deny their energy pool. And so if you want to make denying their energy pool a viable option over just killing them, you have to make it very, very powerful to remove their energy. You have to make it more feasible to drain them of energy than it is to kill them, to kind of make that work, if that makes sense. And like, I mean, there's other ways that they could try to address it. Having a lot more sophisticated AI to make more battles play out like PvP battles where energy matters a lot more is absolutely one way of doing it. But the way that the game currently is with the AI it currently has, assuming that's not really going to change, if I'm going to be using energy denial skills, like if I'm going to bring them in PvE, they would have to be way more powerful than they currently are in order to get me interested in using them. We talked about that. I think Enfeeble's fine as is. I don't think there's a lot that needs to change there. I already mentioned Enfeebling Blood. I'd bump up to Blood Magic. So this is an odd one, but I feel like I'd actually want to move Enfeebling Touch to Death Magic. The reason for that is I feel like, I mean, this is fine here in Curses, but I feel like Curses should have fewer skills. Like, honestly, Desecrate and Defile enchantments probably could go in Death Magic as well. I feel like Curses should have, I mean, they're fine here as well, but I could see moving one of them to Death Magic and leaving one of them in Curses just for the amusement. But the big thing is that actually Awaken the Blood might be good to move into Soul Reaping. This is just a random thought. I don't know. That's the sort of thing that I'd like try a little bit and see how that affects making bars, because you typically want Soul Reaping, but like bringing this to buff Curses, Awaken the Blood to buff Curses is really awkward with some blood magic like that. This is just a side thought that kind of popped up, but having things that's kind of like direct damage like this feels a little bit weird in Curses. Curses to me feels like it should be a lot more like hexes and things that interact with hexes. So I kind of like the idea of Enfeebling Touch being in Death Magic and focusing some of those like condition inflicting touch skills more in Death Magic than in Curses, if that makes sense. So I think I'd actually want to move Enfeebling Touch there. You'd still have Enfeeble here in Curses. Enfeebling Blood would be in Blood Magic. Envenom enchantments, I would drop this to 15-second recharge. The poison doesn't matter that much. And hey, Hawk, welcome back. I'm going to guess your appointment fell through. If you have any questions, I'm currently on Envenom enchantments. I was just talking about how I'd move Enfeebling Blood to Blood Magic and Enfeebling Touch to Death Magic. And I'd make Depravity a lot more AoE. And Cacophony affect foes that are in earshot. Like whenever the foe uses a skill in earshot range, or whenever target foe uses a shout or chant, foes in earshot range of that foe lose like 65 health. Anyway, when I'm looking at like the poison effect on Envenom enchantments is not like a huge deal to me. The 20-second recharge is a lot more significant. Most enchantment removal in the game has a like the short end of enchantment removal recharges is actually at 15 seconds. So I would want to drop this to 15-second recharge. I think it fares reasonably well stacking up against Rip enchantment. Hello, Borgwall. Not one that's actually happening in the game, but this is just a design exercise to talk about if I were doing, that's why it says theoretical, right? If I were doing a rework of the profession, what sort of changes would I make and why would I do them? And like, what's the thought process there? It's just something that I've thought about off and on as a thing that I'd enjoy doing. And so I'm just talking about it. So it's probably useful. I haven't done this yet today. I should go ahead and pop this out. So that's kind of a description of how I'm kind of approaching this as an exercise. But yeah, so like I feel like this compares favorably to Rip Enchantment. It's less reliable in terms of like if this was at 15-second recharge. The condition is less important to me. Need some water here. These are a lot of talking compared to just normal playing. So anyway, the condition is less important to me than the recharge on the enchantment removal. It starts looking a little bit more interesting of an option if I might have a chance of getting longer poison durations. Because poison is stronger than bleeding and a little bit harder to inflict to an extent. So, like Rip Enchantment, is usually my go-to, and the reason for that is just because the recharge. So I dropped this to 15-second recharge as well. Faint-heartedness, I feel like for PvE reasons, so this is PvE focus as well. For PvE reasons, I don't use this. I feel like it would be a little bit more interesting at like 5 energy with a 5-second recharge, and maybe bump the health degen up ever so slightly so that at 12 it's at -3 instead of at like 13. Yeah. I just shift that a little bit so it's -3 at 12 instead of -3 at 15, and then like 5 energy, 5-second recharge. It just, for a single target skill in PvE, it's I feel like its effect could be a little bit more usable. Feast of Corruption. This is one of those skills that I kind of like, but I just look at it and I'm like, this is just slightly not quite there. I feel like the two things that I'd want to do with this are bump its range up. I think nearby is the next size. So instead of adjacent, have it be nearby. And then drop its recharge to 15 seconds. Those are the things that I do to this, to Feast of Corruption. I just see how it plays there. A lot of this, again, because I can't actually test any of these things, I might as well just say this every now and then throughout these, right? Because I can't actually test anything, these are all like first pass. I would try this, see how it actually plays, and then kind of iterate from there. Theory craft only gets you so far, and like you can think through things and think about how things might feel, but until you actually play with them, you don't know. And that's something that's always important when you're talking about any sort of game design. And this is part of why making games is unlike other software. Other software has a very clear problem to solve. Games are, we want to solve for a type of fun, and that requires a certain amount of testing, a certain amount of iteration, because you don't necessarily know that your solution is going to work. And so from a balance standpoint, like, would that make Feast of Corruption better? Yeah. Would it make it too much better? I don't think so. I think it would put it in a spot where it's like, this skill suddenly is appealing to me to actually use. But maybe I use it and I'm like, it still doesn't feel like it's quite enough. Maybe it needs a little bit more of a bump somewhere else. Maybe, on the other hand, I play with it and I'm like, that's maybe a little too good now. And it would need to be adjusted some other way. So it's one of those things where there's always sort of this like give and take, give and pull. Insidious Parasite. I actually really like the idea of dropping this to like 10 energy with a sacrifice effect on it and bumping it into blood magic. I feel like the lifesteal effect makes me want it in blood magic. I feel like the parallels between Soul Leech as backfire and this is empathy kind of make me want it there as well. But the lifesteal is a big part of why I want it in blood magic. And giving it a bit of a life sacrifice, slightly less energy costs, sort of that trade-off. And then putting it in blood magic to give blood magic a bit more to do, for crying out loud. That's not just like Shadow Strike. Is a direction that I kind of would like to go. I closed the wrong attribute. I actually really like Lingering Curse in general, but I think if I were to do something to this, I would actually do the same thing to Lingering Curse and Suffering. Suffering is currently basically an elite version of Lingering. No, Lingering Curse is an elite version of Suffering. I would adjust it so that way they get -3 health degen at 12, at 11 or 12 curses, and then -4 health degen at 16 curses. And I would do that change to make them a lot more potent. I do like the decreased healing from Lingering Curse as well. I think the biggest thing that you get from Lingering Curse, though, in my mind, is its ability to stack with Suffering. But being able to put both of them on foes, actually, for PvE purposes, shifting it enough that, like, you're getting -5 degen at 18 curses seems really like a good idea to me. So if you're really pushing your curses with Awaken the Blood, you're able to get 10 degen between both of them. So I'm not quite sure exactly how the attribute massaging would need to work for that, but something where you're about like 11, 12 curses is -3 degen, like 15, 16, somewhere in there is -4, and then 18 is -5, I think would be like a good sort of place to have the degen numbers on these. They are large AoEs at nearby. And so, like, making it so that way, because degen is not that powerful in PvE. Just raw damage is typically better, so I think pumping them up would be quite useful. Malaise. So, this is not a very good skill. Although, I'll say this. So, at let's just round it to 30 seconds. -1 energy degen for 30 seconds is, like, 10 energy lost? That's not nothing. But taking that long to effectively deny an enemy that much energy is just not worth it in PvE. The -1 health degen that you suffer feels like it's trying to compensate for that -1 energy degeneration. That might be a good balancing factor for PvP. I don't know if anybody uses Malaise in PvP either, though, to be fair. For PvE purposes, this just feels very, very weak. What would this even need to be for it to feel useful? Boy, that's a good question. Because Malaise is kind of like, I think of it definitionally as like, as a word, I mean. Like, being under the weather, not really having the energy to do anything. Maybe having this be a, I saw a, in my Discord, Cleanstar linked to some skills, some custom Guild Wars skills that somebody is working on. And while I have a lot of critiques that I'd level at them, there's also a lot of interesting creativity there. And one of the things that I saw there that they were talking about having some skills do is increase energy costs. And I actually kind of like that idea for Malaise, where instead of worrying about this degen business, -1 energy degen and -1 health degeneration, have it increase energy costs by like a bit. Probably like just hard set it to like a 15-second duration or something like that. It doesn't need to be quite as long as it is. Drop the recharge down to 1 second and have it make skills cost like a bit more energy. Like starting at 0 at like no attribute investment, quickly scaling to 1 at like 3 curses, and then getting up to like 4 additional energy per skill at like 16 curses, something like that. 3 at like 10. I feel like something like that would be fine, and then the damage, target foes, energy reaches 0, they take damage. Effect is actually quite useful. This stacks really nicely with Mind Rack from that standpoint, and would feel a heck of a lot better to use at 1 second cast time. And with some of the other things that I do to make energy denial just more powerful in general, I feel like that would be quite useful. Yeah. Mark of Pain. I think this one's fine as it is. So Meekness and Shadow of Fear are very similar skills. Meekness has a longer recharge, costs more energy, and has a life sacrifice. They both last 25 seconds and reduce attack speed by 50%. However, the difference is Shadow of Fear is adjacent range and Meekness is in the area, which is absolutely enormous. I don't tend to use Meekness that much, though. One of the reasons why is because it has poor synergy with Spiteful Spirit, which tends to be my elite of choice. So I would consider taking Meekness. I don't know. I don't know that a whole lot needs to be done in Meekness or Shadow of Fear, quite frankly. I feel like your choice between them, like there's some... the difference between the AoE sizes is significant. And I feel like it's a valid choice between the two. So I kind of feel like they can exist where they are. The biggest thing that would help Meekness, in my opinion, is having more elites in curses that feel worth using other than just Spiteful Spirit. So especially if Feast of Corruption feels a lot more usable with some of the changes that I was mentioning previously to it. Meekness suddenly becomes a lot more appealing because it's a nice hex that has a useful effect that has that big area of effect that would work well with Feast of Corruption in that sort of case. So I feel like I would want to go sort of that direction in order to make Meekness more appealing, rather than needing to change anything about Meekness itself. Order of Apostasy. Okay, so there's a couple of things about this one. First of all, it is very expensive. The other thing is I don't necessarily have much use for Order of Apostasy. Most of the time, if I want to remove an enchantment from an enemy, it's because it's blocking me, which has, shall we say, poor synergy with requiring being able to hit the enemy to make your enchantment removal work. So my biggest problem with Order of Apostasy is just that the use case that I would have for enchantment removal is not the use case where it works well. So I like that it has the for each monk enchantment removed you lose some max health clause as just part of the like low intensity antagonism between monks and necromancers. I think that's interesting, but I don't think that's interesting enough to kind of keep Order of Apostasy as is. What I'd probably do with this is I'd probably change it to just that raw 17% health sacrifice. Part of me wants to move it up to blood magic. Part of me, however, with the effect that I would want to give it, makes me want to leave it here in Curses. Curses has kind of an anti-enchantment sub-theme, or like punishing for enchantments with the Desecrate and Defile enchantments, and that's the direction that I'd want to go with Order of Apostasy. I'd probably drop it to 10 energy, 2 second cast time as it is, no recharge as it is, 17% health sacrifice. For 5 seconds, whenever a party member hits a foe with physical damage, that foe loses, I don't know, 13, 17 health, something like that, for each enchantment they have on them. So I'd basically make it make foes effectively take additional damage whenever they're dealt physical damage based upon the number of enchantments on them. That's the direction I'd want to go with Order of Apostasy, and kind of like lean into that sort of Defile, Desecrate enchantments direction. And I like that idea more than the one that's currently there. I don't necessarily feel like I need to be stripping off all of the random enchantments on things, but if I was increasing damage, and specifically life loss, so it gets through damage reduction stuff as well. Like having it make the person with shielding hands lose 13 health instead of take 13 damage that's absorbed by shielding hands. You can see why that would matter. But yeah, I like that sort of direction better. And I'd at least want to play around with that one, you know? That brings us to Pain of Disenchantment. I don't want to spend my elite slot on this when Chillblains exists for the most powerful enchantment removal in the game. Like I said, I'm happy with Corrupt Enchantment where Corrupt Enchantment's at, but this is 5 energy on a 10-second recharge. This is 10 energy on a 15-second recharge. And a lot of the time, I don't need to go 3 deep. And if I do want to go multiple deep, Strip Enchantments works. So, like, Pain of Disenchantment as an elite is just kind of awkward to use. What I would do is I would have it be a hex that affects, like, nearby foes, and it's like whenever the hexed foe in the nearby area of effect, but whenever target foe or nearby foe loses an enchantment, they also lose like 50 health or something like that. Something that makes them effectively take damage. And I would go for life loss with a lot of these things as well. But I'd go for sort of a mid-grade life loss on enchantment removal. That synergizes well with Chillblains. Yeah, it would be the Dervish Destroyer. You are absolutely correct, Hawk. It would absolutely destroy Dervishes. I mean, to be fair, Backfire also destroys Dervishes, but and Soul Barbs does a pretty nasty number on them too. But I like the idea of making losing enchantments painful. That's literally what the name is, Pain of Disenchantment. So making it a hex that makes disenchantment painful, that's the direction that I'd want to go with it. Parasitic Bond. So this one is your standard cover hex. I feel like in PvE, this could easily be bumped up to 2 or 3 health regeneration and be fine. It would be a lot more appealing at, like, for 20 seconds, target foe suffers -3 health regeneration, and then the caster is healed for a bit when it ends. Like, cover enchantments cover hexes are a lot less important in PvE than they are in PvP. And a lot of the value of this hex is not in the effect that it has. The -1 health regeneration is basically negligible. That's 2 health per second. That's meaningless, relatively speaking. The usefulness of this is putting this on somebody over the top of a hex that you want to keep on them. So that way when remove hex is used, they still have the hex that you want on them. Cover hexes are very useful for PvP for that reason. Like, oh, I put Insidious Parasite on their warrior, and then I put Parasitic Bond on top to cover the Insidious Parasites. That way the Insidious Parasite isn't removed on the first use of hex removal on the person, right? But cover hexes are not really, like, there's some areas where they can be somewhat useful in PvE, but a lot of the time, if there's some hex removal on the enemy team, there's a lot of hex removal because they all use the exact same, like, bars. It's not like they have 3 different Mesmers running around. Maybe Winds of Change, but for the most part, it's like, oh yeah, there's not a lot. So, like, cover hexes just lose a lot of value, which means Parasitic Bond loses a lot of value. So for PvE, I think you could absolutely bump up the health degen on Parasitic Bond, and it would be great. Plague Sending, I think this is a fine skill. I think originally it was 1 condition and maybe no attribute, but part of the reason why Curses has so many skills in it is there's a bunch of skills that were no attribute that were bumped into Curses, like Plague Touch, and I think Plague Sending might be one as well. I'm not sure. But Plague Sending, I think this one's totally fine where it's at. Plague Signet, on the other hand, is a bit of a peculiar one. I think this skill is actually pretty decent. Being a Signet means it gets around dazed, slowing down the effect. It's at range. It makes the conditions that you're transferring last longer. And it gets all of the negative conditions from you, not just some of them. Which is all really great, but it's also an elite, and taking up your elite slot on this sort of effect is questionable when, like, condition removal just exists. Like, Restore Condition basically negates the usefulness of Plague Signet, right? Because if one of your allies uses Restore Condition on you, then your ability to transfer conditions goes away. So, this is not a skill that I am able to make a lot of use of a lot of the time. So I feel like if this was changed to... Now, this is another one that I suspect is identical in PvE and PvP. Because most of these are... well, that's not how you spell plague. Plague Signets. Yeah, it doesn't have a PvP version. Yes, it synergizes with skills that inflict conditions on oneself. Use Epidemic to make it adjacent. Works well with Foul Feast, Draw Condition, and Verada's Sacrifice. Not that Verada's Sacrifice is worth using these days, but I feel like Plague Signet... these are all kind of weird in curses. Why are these not in Death Magic? You ever just look at something and then think for a second and be like, wait. I feel like these could all be legitimately moved over to Death Magic and it'd make more sense there to me. I feel like Death Magic is where freaking Virulence lives. If this doesn't have to do with plagues, I don't know what does. Oh, you know what I like with Plague Signet? Yeah. Maybe decrease the... Okay, so first of all, I feel like all of these could belong in Death Magic instead of curses, and that would make more sense to me. Hang on, I want to actually check something. Does this have... Yeah, Plagues Against Skill History. Okay, it's always been in curses. Wow, they've buffed it a lot over time. And by over time, I mean over the course of... So originally it was 2-second activation time with 20-second recharge. And then they dropped it to 10-second recharge and then 1-second cast time. And that was over the span of like a few months. Because September 29, 2005 is when they did that one. At some point they dropped it to 4-second recharge. Let's see. Plague Touch. This one was originally... this was originally no attribute. I remember that. Yeah, Plague Touch skill history. Yeah, it was originally no attribute. What about Plague Sending? I can't see chat right now, so if you guys are all saying stuff, my apologies. I have the wiki up and it covers the chat window area. No, I guess it was in curses. For no reason. But I feel like plague stuff belongs more in Death Magic. So I would consider that sort of change. But what I like doing to Plague Signet is slightly decrease the extended duration. And have it read like transfer all negative conditions with... And maybe bump it up to 5-second recharge with the change I'm about to make. But with... I don't know. Like, instead of going up to 200% at like 15, have it go up to 150%. So at 12, it would be, what, like 140% instead of 180, something like that. From yourself to target foe, then basically do a free epidemic. Then spread all conditions on target foe to adjacent foes. Like, just staple... After doing the transfer, just staple an epidemic to the end of Plague Signet. That would make it feel a lot more worthy of its elite status to me. And would make it kind of feel like a bump up from Plague Sending. If you need to, you can also add a little bit of life sacrifice to it. But I feel like that direction with Plague Signet, where it's like, do the transfer and also, like... then do epidemic after doing the transfer would be like just stapled on to Plague Signet would be really, really cool. And that's a direction that I'd like with it. I think Plague Touch is fine as is. Again, I would strongly consider moving these 3 skills to Death Magic because I feel like they are better there, but I'd kind of need to look at some of... Like, I've had a lot of skills that I've wanted to bump out of curses, so I'd kind of want to see where like the balance of things sits after kind of doing that to see how much that would feel like it makes sense. But part of the reason for that is I feel like plague stuff belongs in Death Magic more than in curses. Poisoned Heart. You and all adjacent foes are poisoned. This is a weird one. Obviously, this works better on like a melee attacker. Obviously. So what I'm looking at here and trying to think of like how would I change this to make this more useful? And sort of the direction that I'm leaning is something like a hex that makes whenever hexed foe casts a spell, that foe and adjacent foes are poisoned for like a period of time, 6 seconds, 8 seconds, something like that, and then have the duration of the hex be based on curses. But I don't necessarily, I'm not a huge fan of curses just inflicting conditions. That feels more like a death magic thing to me, to an extent, or a blood magic thing. And so having something that's a hex that kind of does stuff, I kind of favor. Price of Failure, I think this is a great skill. I would, for PvE purposes, I would drop it down to 10 energy with more of a 10-second recharge. I think that the current stats just make it too awkward to use. For something that's basically a single target effect, I feel like you can make it a lot more aggressive. But I like Price of Failure's effect. And I particularly like the way that it stacks with Blind and Reckless Haste right over here and things like that. So, yeah. Reckless Haste, speaking of which, for PvE, I'd basically want to double the duration of this, because it's kind of awkward to kind of work with as it is right now. I like the effect, though. I like the stuff that it does. It provides an interesting counterpoint to something like Meekness or Shadow of Fear. But lasting longer would help a lot with using it in maybe 50% longer, 50 to 100% longer. So, like, right now, instead of 11 seconds, bumping it up to either, like, 17 to 22, somewhere in that sort of general range. That's sort of the direction I'd go. I think Rend Enchantments is fine. It removes a deep stack, so 20-second recharge makes sense on it. Rigor Mortis. This is one of those skills I think is surprisingly useful in PvE. I think it would actually be quite usable at, like, a lot more usable at a, like, halved duration and halved recharge, or, like, a 7-8 second recharge. Like, imagine if this was, like, for 9 seconds, target foe cannot block, recharges in 8 seconds at the 12 curses spec. At 10 energy, I think is fine. I feel like that would be a direction that I'd rather take it. Herp Enchantment is fine as is. Shadow of Fear I'm fine with. This gets us to Shivers of Dread / Spinal Shivers. These do not need to be the exact same effect, because this effect is not one that you want multiple times. I think the effect is actually a lot stronger than it looks, and is actually quite powerful. Of specific note, a couple of the slash bonus weapons, the Scythe and the Sword, the Glacial Blade and the Icy Soulbreaker, do cold damage. So if you have access to those, it becomes even more attractive. It works with some water magic things, and there's some dervish things that do it too. This interrupt effect is actually surprisingly strong. The biggest downside with it is, aside from the energy loss attached to it, but, like, let's face it, like, 6 energy to interrupt something, you spend easily that. Like, you'd easily spend that on a just a straight up interrupt spell. Again, I don't think you need 2 of them. I'd keep Spinal Shivers, this effect. I'd maybe consider 10-second recharge with 5 energy cost. But I think it's actually a fairly useful skill. Shivers of Dread. I like the idea of triggering off of cold damage. What sort of effects, though, could we do off of it that would be interesting? How do you think that skill would work as an EN for the deep energy pool? Might be non-point, since there are better things to do there with water magic. I mean, So the biggest thing is that you probably want to trigger this mostly off of attacking. You could absolutely do it with like a water wand though. Water wands probably deal cold damage. The advantage of going Necromancer is I think you can bump this up to the point where it goes down to 5 energy, which is nice. The biggest issue with this skill, frankly, is that you kill enemies fast enough that a lot of the time the effect is not as useful. If it was area of effect, maybe you could also use it that way. The deep energy pool doesn't feel super significant to me, though. But you absolutely could use it as an EN for the deep energy pool. Let's see, Spinal Shivers. Let me check. Some of the data on it here. So it gets down to 5 energy at 14 curses. It's 6 at 11. So you kind of do need to at least get 11 to make it down to 6. You could probably with an LE work with it at 8 for 26 duration with 7 energy loss on interrupt. Yeah. So I feel like the best use case for this is something where you're like putting it on some of the higher HP bosses or things like that. That's the biggest knock against the skill, frankly, is that like the effect is strong. There's just not a whole lot of scenarios where you want to make use of it. And that's the bigger issue with it. It's not that it doesn't have a useful effect. It's that the effect is just in PvE, most of the time you're killing things too quickly for it to matter. Something that worked kind of in the reverse, where it was an enchantment that you placed on yourself that said, whenever you deal cold damage to a foe, or like whenever you deal cold damage to a foe that using a skill, you interrupt that skill and you lose energy, and then if you like, you lose that much energy or it ends. So something where it's like, got down too low on energy, this ends now. I actually kind of like that direction for something like Spinal Shivers. Actually, I kind of like that idea for Shivers of Dread, where Spinal Shivers works this way, and then Shivers of Dread is an enchantment you place on yourself that kind of does the sort of effect. It makes them mirror each other in an interesting sort of way. One of them has the benefit that any ally can make use of it. The other one has the benefit of like you can use it on any enemy. So if Shivers of Dread was like 5 energy, 2-second cast time, 50-second recharge for 34 seconds, enchantment spell for 34 seconds. Whenever you strike a foe with cold damage, if that foe is using a skill, whenever you strike a foe with cold damage while they're using a skill, that foe is interrupted and you lose 6 energy or Shivers of Dread ends. Like, that would be really interesting. And that would play really well with water magic. So I kind of like that direction for Shivers of Dread, so that's a cool idea. And I probably just want Spinal Shivers to be like 5 energy, 5-second recharge or something like that. Because, like, again, this uses up a lot of energy, so spreading it around is not a huge deal. You can also drop it down to 1-second cast time, frankly. Longer recharge is fine because it ends early anyway. So just making this a bit more spammable in PvE would do a lot to kind of make it a bit more usable. And maybe bring it down to 5 energy at 12 curses instead of 14. Nudge those numbers down a little bit. And I feel like you'd have a skill that's kind of usable in PvE. Soul Barbs. Soul Barbs I really like. This is a really useful effect. That should absolutely not have a 20-second recharge in PvE. For PvE purposes, I would probably drop Soul Barb's duration like down to closer to like 10 or 15 seconds, but also drop the cooldown to like 5. That's what I do to Soul Barbs. Just make it so that we can spread it around more. That's the biggest thing with some of these hexes. Like, some of these effects is like, this is a great effect. The enemy's dead after the effect's been on them for 10 seconds. I don't need 30-second duration. I need a lower recharge so I can use it on the next enemy. And that's how I absolutely treat soul barbs. Soulbind. Never minding that I would want to change. Like, I think this effect belongs in Necromancer. At not elite. Not in smiting prayers. Never minding that. I could see dropping the duration to like 20 seconds and making this AoE. And maybe bumping it up to 15 energy. In like an adjacent or nearby AoE. That's what I'd do to Soulbind anyway. Is make it AoE. Talked about Soul Barb. Spiteful Spirit I like as is. Doesn't really need to change. Suffering I have talked about already as well. Ulcerous Lungs. I actually like Ulcerous Lungs as is. This effect, the fact that it turns bleeding into burning in terms of degen is really, really cool. And I like the fact that it works regardless of whether or not, like, it doesn't care where the bleeding comes from, right? It's just, if they're bleeding, they degen more. And then whenever they use the Shadow Chant. It's also a fairly nice sized AoE. So I don't feel like this would need a whole lot of adjustment to it to make me happy, because I'm fine with it where it's at. I feel a similar way about Vocal Minority. This one's fine. I don't feel like this needs to change. Weaken Armor is fine. Weaken Knees, though. You know what I would want to do with Weaken Knees? Is, never mind this degen malarkey. Just have it be a hex spell. You can even leave the stats the same. So, like, for 13 seconds, but whenever target foe is dealt damage while moving, that foe is knocked down. That's what I do with Weaken Knees. That effect sounds really cool. And I like that idea. Just imagine, too. Just, you're trying to leave an AoE, but each pulse knocks you down. Maybe it'd have to be physical damage. But, hey, Dead on Stick. Good to see you. Weaken Armor and all cracked armor effects need to work below 60 AR and PV. That I will agree with. I would really like to see cracked armor. Like, I haven't talked about it a whole lot yet because Necromancer's typed damage is in death magic. But one of the things that's a huge problem for me is that untyped, or like armor ignoring damage, so like shadow damage or typeless damage, is just oh, I know that too, is just useless. Or I've lost track of my sentence. Let's back up. Let's say the words that I mean. The fact that armor ignoring damage, so like shadow damage, holy damage, chaos damage, kind of, I think chaos damage is armor respecting because most mesmer stuff is untyped. But damage that ignores armor is generally better than damage that respects armor, because armor, like, you can't decrease armor in the game low enough to increase the damage from armor respecting damage types. If you could do that, then suddenly there's a lot of value to something like an elementalist over a mesmer, even as the game is. Like, if we were to just change it so that way cracked armor just straight up in PvE lowered armor by 20, no ifs, ands, or buts, no conditional clauses, it would suddenly make air magic way more terrifying. But it would just make elementalist a lot more powerful in general, because it would allow you to be able to get through, like, other casters especially that have 60 armor a lot of the time. Dropping them to 40 would increase the damage that you're doing above your printed numbers, and being able to do that would be a huge benefit. And as Dead on Stick is saying, like, giving weaken armor early foes do not have 60 armor. The way that they balance that out is you just do not get your strike factor, strike force, whatever the heck it's called, up high enough to like compensate. Because the way the armor formula works, and this is going to be relevant when we get to death magic momentarily, but the way the armor formula works is it's like 2 to the, and then so it's an exponential, and then it's your strike factor. We'll just call it strike factor, minus the armor level of your target divided by 40. And that's how the formula works. So if those two numbers are the same, your strike factor and the armor level, then you get a 0 there. So you get a 0 in the exponent, which makes the value 1. So you're multiplying by 1. So the damage just goes straight across. So if you hit a caster with an elementalist spell, most of the time you're going to just deal the damage printed. But if the enemy is, say, a ranger, then they have 40 armor against you. That means your strike factor is 60. Their armor is 100. So it's 40 more above the 60. So you have negative 40 there. Negative 40 over 40 is negative 1. So they take halved damage because 2 to the negative 1 is 1/2. Like I really like the armor formula in this game. I really like how it works. But in terms of like the overall like design of it, but what that fundamentally means is being able to decrease armor below 60 would give you instances where you're doing, say, 60 strike factor on your skill, and the enemy has 40 armor. Well, suddenly you have 60 minus 40 is 20, and you have a positive value there. So that's 2 to the 1/2, which is the square root of 2, which, for those who don't remember, is like what, 1.4 approximately. So you get a 40% damage buff from that. Like, that's significant. That's part of why air magic hits so hard, because that 20% or that 25% armor penetration allows you to get below 60 armor and thus get increased values. Strike factor is calculated differently between martial weapons and everything else. So everything else is your level times 3. Martial weapons are your attribute, and it's got some. It's like, I think it's 5 times your attribute up to 12, and then 2 times your attribute ranks above 12. So you do get a little bit of additional strike factor on martial weapons by getting your attribute higher, which means that they can hit a bit harder because you get a little bit more strike factor. It basically kind of allows them to overpower armor a little bit. So yeah, in early game, your damage formulas are kind of set of like, okay, you have an enemy with like at like level 3, so its spellcasting and wanding strike factor is like 9, right? So when you have like 7 armor, well, that 9 against that 7 means that you're getting roughly like damage across, and when that damage is rated at like 3 to 5, you know, so when you get weakened armor early to inflict cracked armor, well, they have 7 armor, 10 armor, whatever. You're not effectively able to do anything. So having it actually work in PvE would be really nice. That was long-winded, but I enjoy thinking about some of those mechanical implications. So I like Well of Darkness. The biggest issue with Well of Darkness is, I mean, does it really need to have a 20-second recharge? I don't know. But positioning it is the biggest challenge with it. But I like the effect of hexed foes within it miss 50% of the time. I think that's pretty cool. I feel like this is one of those skills that could probably have a 10-second recharge, and that'd be fine. I don't know why all of these are on a 20-second recharge. I feel like ArenaNet's default, I don't quite know where to put it. How about 20 seconds? Like, I feel like there's a lot of that going on. And I feel like Well of Darkness could be a bit shorter in that regard. Well of Ruin is another one that's kind of interesting. Exploit nearest corpse to create a Well of Ruin at its location. Whenever a foe in the well takes physical damage, they suffer from cracked armor. I think this is a useful effect. This also could probably be like a 10-second recharge instead of 20. And then Well of Silence. This one is interesting in that it has some health degen attached to it and prevents the use of Shouts for Chance. I think this one's... Wells are on long recharge to prevent NPC overexploitation of corpses. I could see that being the case, but... Well Why does Well of Weariness have a 5-second recharge then? Well of Silence, I feel like does appropriately have a 20-second recharge though. It's not like the AI even has these on a lot of bars anyway. But regardless, with how often they are used, that could be. But this one's all over the place in some areas. So, Well of Blood is 2-second recharge. Yes, it is, 100%. Speaking, so I think Well of Silence is in a fine spot. The degen on it is nice. I like the way that this one plays as well. Well of Weariness. So here's what I think. I think if I were doing these things, I would increase Well of Weariness's recharge to more like 12 or 15 seconds, and then change its effect from -1 energy degeneration, which we've already established is not very meaningful in PvE for the most part. And I'd probably change it to the quicksand effect. Whenever a foe in its range, enemies within the Well of Weariness lose 1 energy whenever they attack or use a skill. That's what I do with Well of Weariness. How's that for an effect? That brings us to Wither. The first thing I do with Wither is make the AI actually cast the danged thing. I know that has absolutely nothing to do with skill balance, but it's still really annoying that they don't. I actually kind of like the idea of adding the quicksand effect to Wither as well. Actually, maybe instead of health degen and energy degen, it's a hex that, like, whenever hexed foe attacks or uses a skill, they lose some health. Probably not as much as something like Spiteful Spirit does, but like 16 health and 1 energy. And if their energy reaches 0, they take damage and Wither ends. Something like that. I like stapling the quicksand effects to it, though. But yeah, the Wither is just not a skill that the AI uses right now for some reason, and it's very, very, very weird. Like, if you stick it on a hero, they'll just never cast it. It's also just not great. Like, this is much more about applying pressure to monks in PvP than it is a usable PvE skill, so I feel like the quicksand effect and some health loss on skill and attacking makes it a lot more attractive. This is one of those skills, though, where it's like, okay, I try making these changes. How does it feel? Okay, do they need to be amped up or down? Should it be 2 energy loss? Should it be more health? Should it be more damage when they reach 0? Should it be a lower recharge so you can spam it around a bit more? Like, I would want to tweak a lot of those factors over time with something like this. So, I feel like the emphasis on this is more on the energy degen angle in some regards. Obviously, this is kind of an elite version of Malaise. I like the idea of, like, potentially having quicksand effect on this, except instead of, like, 1 energy, it's like 2 or 3. So anyway, that concludes curses. So let's move on to death magic. I already talked about how I'd swap Dark Aura's effect with demonic flesh, so we'll kind of jump over that one. I feel like Bone Fiends are fine where they're at. Bone Horrors, I think, could stand to have increased movement speed relative to what they do. Because part of the reason why Bone Fiends are better than Bone Horrors for most play is because of the ranged attack of Bone Fiends. So giving Bone Horrors increased movement speed would help with that considerably. Bone Minions are basically just made to be made and die. So, like, having them be a slightly faster minion also would be helpful. Frankly, giving these guys, like, a base movement speed of, like, plus 40% off of standard walking speed would actually be kind of helpful. So I like the idea of giving bone minions, like, quite a quick movement speed. Also, just make them look like spiders, like the icon, right? Or maybe not. Flesh Golem. Flesh Golem is one of those skills that I think is actually probably decent. the limitation of only one at a time. I think if you wanted to make this better, what I would do is I'd basically just give the Flesh Golem Cyclone Axe. Like, I don't know what sort of like weapon it attacks with, but just give it, or give it, oh, what is the, hang on, I need to go /warrior over here. I'm forgetting the name of skills. Give it Whirlwind Attack. Just give Flesh Golem Whirlwind Attack. Call it a day. That would be nice, wouldn't it? I like Shambling Horrors. These could maybe be 20-second recharge instead of 25, but I don't ever use Animate Vampiric Horror. And part of it, frankly, is the recharge. Drop the recharge down to 7 seconds. Give them the same sort of move speed buff that I was talking about giving to bone minions. And something this becomes kind of spicy. I like Aura of the Lich where it's at. I think this is fine. Bitter Chill. This is where we get to the first of the skills that deal damage that I never bring. So if I'm going to try to do damage on a Necromancer as currently implemented in the game, I'm typically going to go into curses for some of the armor ignoring stuff, or maybe attempt to make blood magic work. I'm not going to go to death magic for its cold damage, because cold damage gets reduced by armor, as we discussed. So this is just not that exciting. The damage on here is not great. I do like the idea of if that foe had more health than you, it recharges instantly, in the sense that, oh, you're bitter about them having more health than you. I think that's kind of an interesting touch. I would probably drop the recharge to like 3 seconds, and then if that foe had more health than you, instead of Bitter Chill recharging instantly, I mean, talking about Deathly Chill here, have some other effect if they have more health than you, to go along with that Bitter Chill, that bitter part of it. What would be... I mean, the obvious thing to do is just to do the amount of damage again. So it's like 100 cold damage if they have more health than you. That's definitely an option. It feels like the most straightforward option. I'd probably try that and see how it felt first, and then kind of move on. Blood of the Master is fine where it's at. I actually think Consume Corpse is fine where it's at as well. I like Contagion. I think I like Contagion even better if I'm moving stuff. Some of the skills that I've talked about moving into Death Magic. So, because this works really well on a melee person, and having more skills on melee would be kind of nice. I will say Contagion does potentially work well with Dark Aura as it is. Of course, I would be moving it over to this, but Demonic Flesh works well on a melee individual, so Contagion can kind of work nicely there as well. I think this is kind of a neat effect and a neat one to try to play around with. So... Dark Aura I talked about already. Death Nova is fine. The main thing with Death Nova is it's just really annoying to try to spam it on stuff. I can see moving Death Nova in PvE to a 1 second cast time, and I think that's pretty reasonable. Deathly Chill. So this one I don't tend to use very much. Necromancer has this whole theme of like doing additional stuff to foes with high health, and I think that's fine. But I feel like Deathly Chill needs to have its damage increased by like reduce its energy costs to 5 and increase its damage by 50%. So that way it's like 120 damage to foes with above 50% HP, sort of, except the armor part. Something like that. I also kind of like the idea of Deathly Chill being ooh, okay, here's what I like with Deathly Chill. Instead of having this whole malarkey about 50% above 50% health, make this a hex. You can leave it at 10 energy with 1 second cast time and 5 second recharge. Spell, target foe is struck for some amount of cold damage. 41 is probably fine. And is hexed with Deathly Chill. Whenever, for like 5 seconds or something, whenever that foe is dealt cold damage, so like for the next 5 seconds, whenever that foe is dealt cold damage, or maybe like 7 seconds. 7 seconds, maybe for the recharge. But whenever that foe is dealt cold damage, they lose like 30, 40 life. That would be really interesting. So, like, it's a hex that buffs cold damage against that foe. I like that direction for Deathly Chill. And I'd like going that way with it. So I think I might do that if I were the one in charge of things. I like that idea for a hex. And that would make it 10 energy feel a bit better. And then the cold damage from this could be used to trigger it again. But also like, oh, and then you wand them and they take cold damage and lose some health. I'm not quite sure where the health loss should be. I feel like the 30s is probably pretty good. Would be absolutely devastating to have Maelstrom hit you with that up. So things like that would be interesting. I think I'd go that sort of direction. Deathly Swarm. This is one of those skills that I think is actually like kind of decent if you just bump the damage up a bit. So give it like another 20 points of damage. It's not truly like, it's a weird sort of AoE. It just needs to hit harder, and then like it's fine. At 16 death magic, I think it's like 102 or something like that. Deathly Swarm. At 12, it is 78. At 16, it is 94. At 18, it is 102. So I was thinking of it with Masochism on it. So yeah, if we just added 20 damage to it, where it was 98 at 12. At 16, it was 114. And it was 122 at 18. I think that starts becoming a little bit more appealing to use. I'm not quite sure where it would need to be to feel like, oh yes, I definitely want to bring this, but like that's decent damage. A lot of foes, it is going to hit for that sort of value. And a 6 second recharge. You could probably bump the damage up a little bit more still, but Discord I think is fine. Feast for the Dead. I don't tend to use this. Destroy target animated undead ally. All of your other animated undead allies are healed for a bit. I think I would rather... I mean, you could have this... Okay, so a couple of different directions my brain is currently going right now. I like the idea of either exploiting a corpse to heal your undead minions, your undead allies, rather than making a minion and then destroying it in order to heal your undead allies. I think this is probably okay. I feel like the healing from it could be up a little higher. I also like the idea of this being a hex, that when the hexed foes dies, your undead allies are healed. And having it be like a hex kind of like that. The thing is, like, that interacts a little bit differently. Like, it's similar to Blood Bond, but except it heal your Bone Fiends and things that aren't adjacent to it. So, I don't know. Something like that seems a bit more interesting to me. Sacrificing one of your minions to heal your other ones is not the worst plan by any means, but I really feel like to make this play better, I would want this to... sorry, I'm starting to think about the Verada's sacrifice suddenly. We'll get to it. It's down there. I feel like I would want this to work a little bit differently. But I'm not quite 100% sure exactly what direction I'd want to go with it. I feel like this is one of those skills where I'd want to try, how does it feel if it's a hex on an enemy? How does it feel if it exploits a corpse? And I'd want to try kind of like both of those possibilities. Fetid Ground. This one is one that I kind of like from the poison conditional clause. I feel like if this poisoned and diseased, it would be a bit more exciting. So I would strongly consider adding disease to the knockdown conditional clause. Infused condition, this one's fine. It does exactly what you want it to do. There's not a whole lot to say about that. Jagged Bones, I feel like in PvE, this could be like a 5-second recharge. I'd certainly try it at 5 and see how that felt. Malign Intervention. So this is kind of an awkward one. It makes a target foe receive less benefit from healing, which is cool. And then if they die while they're hexed, it makes a random masterless bone horror. The effect is cool. The fact that it's masterless is really awkward to deal with. I think I would like this a little bit better if it was just like, if it just made you a minion when they died. You could, heck, like this was originally a prophecy skill, I'm pretty sure. So jagged horrors weren't around, but you could have this just become a jagged horror, for example, when they die, kind of like how animate shambling horror works or something. I mean, bone horrors are fine too, especially if they just have an inbuilt like increased movement speed. But I would want the minion instead of being masterless to be bound to you. Necrotic Traversal, I feel like this skill is fine. Order of Undeath, I think this one's also fine. I don't tend to see, like, I think you could get rid of the recharge, but I don't tend to use this one a whole lot. I think it's also would be worth trying it at a standard order sort of set. 17% health sacrifice, 0 recharge, 2-second cast time. Instead of having this, you lose 2% of your maximum health whenever one of your minions hits with an attack. Putrid Bile, this one's fine. Putrid Explosion is fine. I like Putrid Flesh. I like this as an option. Being able to spread disease with this is really cool. It synergizes really well with Death Nova. Rising Bile, I don't tend to use this one. And I'll tell you a couple of the reasons why are because it takes forever for it to build up damage. Actually, that's the main reason. It takes forever for it to build up damage. And by that point in time, like, I'd rather just... Putrid Bile is so much more useful of an effect, because this one is basically it's just an AoE when things die. This one is, yeah, not that. I mean, it is. It's an AoE when the target foe dies. But the damage is dependent upon how long they had the hex on them before it goes off. So I don't tend to use this much. Yeah. Hey, Slightly Sprightly. Good to see ya. 100 damage after 20 seconds is extremely poor. I agree. I think this would be a lot more interesting PvE if you kind of... yeah, it's like an in the area bleeding. 20 seconds of bleeding would be 120 damage. So it's not even that good. I feel like Rising Bile becomes a lot more interesting if you drop it to like an 8-second duration, drop the recharge to like 5 seconds, and then make the damage... let's see. 8 seconds. If I wanted it to hit 120 damage after 8 seconds at 12... 120 divided by 8 is 15? No. 120. 8 goes into 12. Yeah. Once, lose 4. So 40, 15. Yeah, so it'd be like 15 damage. Yeah. Yeah, it is. So, like, I feel like 8 seconds, 15 damage per second at 12. And, like, have it be, like, 1 damage per rank. So at another 6, it would be 21 damage per second it's been around. So 21 damage per second after 8 seconds is like 168 damage. I think that's becomes a lot more interesting. I was obsessed with making a Necromancer that piled conditions on a single target, then use that Mesmer Elite to infect the area. Yeah, for sure. Epidemic or extend conditions. Yeah, I feel like Rising Bile could just... I like the idea of the effect, but just make the numbers more aggressive is what I'd say. And then, like, yeah, 5-second recharge, so you can kind of spread it around a little bit, too. Fewer Dreams is pretty good. I was actually talking, I think you guys, you folks might have arrived late enough that you didn't hear it, but I was talking about Plague Signet stapling Epidemic to the end. Like, transfer all negative conditions with, like, have the sort of additional bonus. So this is like 80% more, have it be like 40% more at 12 curses, but then from yourself to target foe, and then spread all conditions on that foe to adjacent foes. Rotting Flesh, this one's fine for the thing that it's supposed to do. 3-second cast time is a little annoying, but it lasts for a long time, so I don't know. I feel like this one's kind of fine. I like this as a self-healing option, frankly, Soul Feast. It has to be strong enough that it's better than Consume Corpse as well, which Consume Corpse nets you energy. This is a very strong self-heal, so I kind of like where it's at. I think Tainted Flesh has a nice position. I think if I were to do anything to Tainted Flesh, it would be to add anyone striking that ally in melee or struck by that ally in melee becomes diseased for 13 seconds. I'd have it so that way it applies disease on attack. Yeah, it's very wonky in PvE. I could absolutely see taking Rotting Flesh down to like a 2-second cast time as well. But having Tainted Flesh allow you to apply disease, not just when you're hit by a melee, but when you strike in melee, would make this a lot more appealing. Taste of Flesh. This is another fine like self-heal skill that I'm like fine with, but it's not got a lot of use. I don't know. It's weird. So it's almost like a reverse Death Nova. Taste of Death? Kind of. I'm assuming that's the skill you're talking about. I also think Taste of Pain is a really fine design. I think Taste of Pain... This is an odd one, though. Part of me feels like this should belong in Soul Reaping. Part of me feels like it makes sense in Death Magic. I think I would actually consider Taste of Pain, moving this to no attribute and changing the effect to you gain health equal to the amount of health target foe has lost or is missing or whatever. So like you take the foe's maximum HP, subtract their current HP, and that's how much health you gain. I think I'd consider doing that with Taste of Pain and putting it in no attribute. Is there already a hex that heals you if the target dies while debuffed by it? Yes, technically. Parasitic Bonds. When it ends, you're healed, and it doesn't care how it ends. So it can be from being removed, or it can be from them dying. I actually really like the idea of making this a no attribute skill, though, because Necromancer has like very few no attribute skills. It just has 2 of them. So moving this to no attribute and have it heal you for the amount of HP target foe is missing is, I think, a really interesting sort of design. And I'd certainly give that one a try. Also, just because it's been a little bit, I want to go ahead and spam my approach message again, just that way people are familiar with it. Yeah, Taste of Death is one of those skills like, this is fine. I like Toxic Chill. I think Toxic Chill could stand to do a little bit more damage, though. Single target damage spells like this are just kind of like the poison is just not that significant in PvE. So having just the raw cold damage on this dramatically increased, like doubled, maybe even. I'm not quite sure what's appropriate for Necromancer cold damage, but I would be very happy to see this jump up tremendously in terms of damage. What is Toxic Chill at 18? Uh, 87 cold damage. Yeah, I'd be okay with that being 174. That might be a bit much, but I think that this could be bumped up a good bit. Would it be too strong if it inflicted a random condition for less duration instead? Well, it has toxic in the name specifically, so that does kind of want it to be poison. That would be the main thing that would lead me to want to keeping it just that. I think it becomes a little bit less predictable. My biggest thing with it is just I would want more damage out of it. I feel like it's supposed to be like Death Magic's cold damage elite. You know what I mean? To kind of go with your Bitter Chill and your Deathly Chill and your Deathly Swarm to an extent. Like it's in that lineage, so I feel like you just needs to have his damage bumped up. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of elites. Like, this literally has no cooldown on Tainted Flesh, and this has a 2-second recharge. But, yeah, I get you. So, I don't know. I feel like Toxic Chill dealing more damage is something that I'd like to see. I'm not quite sure exactly where it should go, but I like bumping it up a bit. Virata's Aura. I think this is a good skill to have in the game. It's a nice counter to lots of minions, and I think that's the sort of effect that's good to have in the game, is to have something that's a counter for that. I feel like Virata's Gaze could just skip the unbinding step in PvE. It should just be where it's like gain control of target undead. I think you could do that with Virata's Gaze in PvE and it would be fine. I'd certainly try it. Maybe increase the amount of death magic you have to use it though. That brings us to Virata's Sacrifice. So Virata's Sacrifice used to be the go-to skill. It is not anymore. That became Blood of the Master when they nerfed the ever-living snot out of Virata's Sacrifice. This is one where I'm gonna like read the old version because this is the version that we used to use back in the day. Virata's Sacrifice skill history. So the original implementation of the skill before they nerfed the ever-living snot out of it because this allowed us to keep too many minions alive was 15% health sacrifice, 10 energy, 2-second cast time, 30-second recharge. And then this scaled with your death magic. So it got up to 21 seconds at 16 death magic. We didn't have masochism at the time. All undead allies gain 10 health regeneration, and all conditions are transferred from those allies to you. Then they made it a 60-second recharge. Like, halved the duration, and then made it instantly recharge if you have fewer minions. I guess the old effect was just too good. It allowed you to maintain too many minions. I think they nerfed it at the same time that they made Death Magic cap your number of minions. Back in the day, this is what you would use. You'd use Virata's Sacrifice, and it would allow you to be able to keep around like 30 minions, sort of thing. But it's been a long time since then. And Virata's Sacrifice barely sees the light of day because it's just been so heavily nerfed. I kind of like the idea of changing this. Get rid of the health sacrifice. Get rid of, or maybe get rid of the health sacrifice. I'd have to think about it. Drop the cooldown and change it to be like for a duration that can get to basically be commensurate to or greater than the cooldown. Your undead allies gain +10 health regeneration. You have minus health degen for each undead minion you control. Something along those lines. And it would be like just a spell. So it's like, oh, this is a spell effect on you. You can't remove it by stripping it or anything. I like that sort of idea. So that's the direction I'd go with Vrada's Sacrifice. I'm not exactly sure where things should kind of balance out numbers-wise. It could even just, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 degen per minion is fine. Like, your undead allies gain +10 health regeneration. You have -2 health degeneration for each minion you control. And just do that, and again, set the duration to... I mean, I feel like 10 energy at 22-second cast time, 20-second cooldown, get to about, like, 18 seconds at duration at, like, 12 death magic, so it's getting it at, like, 22 by the time you get up to, like, 16. No, just have static health degen. So, like, if you're controlling 10 minions, you have 20 health degen. It gets capped to -10. But that's, like, instead of health sacrifice, it gives you this health degen continuously for your minions. So if you have fewer minions, it would go down. I mean, I think the minion counter is a useful balancing point. I could see giving a try to not having it there, but... what I could actually see as well is to change it to be more of a supply mechanic, like an RTS, to where, like, bone minions take up 1, bone horrors take up 2, and like, basically, like, double or triple the value. And then, like, you could stick flesh golems at, like, 5 and get rid of you can only have 1 claws, to where it's like, oh, they're taking up more of your minion supply. I could see that sort of mechanic to where it's a little bit more RTS-y. But I feel like the cap... I don't know. I could certainly see playing around with not having it. Vile Miasma. But yeah, I like the idea of Vrada's Sacrifice being something where it's like, oh, it scales higher with the number of minions on you in a different sort of way than Blood of the Master. Vile Miasma, this one's an interesting degen hex. I feel like... this is another one where I want to know where the numbers get to. Vile Miasma... Okay, it goes -5 at 14, -6 at 17, so you can easily get -6 degen off of this. Oh, I don't know. Use Aura of the Lich and make 20 minions all at once. Just a massive horde coming for you. You know what would else be interesting? Is if instead of the cap exceeding the cap killing a minion, if it made it go masterless. That would be interesting. Probably worse, but that would be interesting. I feel like Vile Miasma is actually not terrible. I would consider lowering it to... like a 5-second recharge or something, or 7, or trying something like that, to where you can kind of, like, get the degen on multiple enemies. Getting up to, like, 6 degen, like, that's 12 damage per second for 10 seconds. That's a good bit of damage over that time that's armor ignoring. So I feel like it would stack really nicely with some of the other things going on here. So I don't feel like it needs necessarily a lot. It is similar, yeah. Biomiasma is somewhat similar to Toxic Shield, but with worse numbers. The hex nature of it is kind of nice. But yeah, it is somewhat similar. I feel like slightly stronger numbers, like a 5-second recharge. It might be okay at. I'm not sure if 5 energy is good or not, but like this is more for the degen, so being able to spread it around a little bit better, I think would be good. I also like the idea of suffering from condition that foe is hexed with vile miasma and suffers. Actually, if this is just a hex spell, that's like target foe is struck for some cold damage and is hexed with vile miasma. As long as that foe is suffering from a condition, they and any of their allies or any of your enemies that are adjacent to them suffer from the health regen. Like where it's not hexing in an AoE, but rather it's like Rising Bile does, where it's like, oh, they got near them, that person has a condition on them, therefore they are degenning. That would be really interesting, and I kind of like the idea of that direction. Vile Touch is a skill I never use, because it costs 10 energy for mediocre damage. If Vile Touch did more damage and cost less energy, it would be interesting to me. This is interesting. So previously I was talking about Wallow's Bite and making Wallow's Bite deal poison and disease with a lesser amount of damage and moving it to death magic. I kind of like the idea now of Wallow Bite dealing like around the 40 damage at 12 in death magic and causing poison, and then Vile Touch having very similar stats and causing disease. And I think that would be really interesting. It's really weird how they gave it a spammable cooldown. Yeah, I mean, this is something that did a bunch in Necromancer. Like if Vampiric Touch / Bite also have a spammable cooldown and a very anti-spammable cost. But yeah, putting this guy at an actual castable value and then causing disease would be really interesting. I like that idea. Virulence is fine. I'm happy with Virulence. I don't have much to say about Virulence. I feel like Virulence could be fine in PvE with an AoE to it, though. But I also feel like most of the time that you use this, it's with Fragility and Mesmer stuff to allow it to be able to be AoE already, so that feels a little bit redundant. I don't know. That's kind of how I feel. I think Well of Suffering is actually pretty decent. It just doesn't really get used in Death Magic much, because when you're going to Death Magic, because so much of the damage in Death Magic is so mediocre, you're going to minions. It also has this problem where it's conflicting with Putrid Explosion. So, like, why would I be bringing Well of Suffering and Putrid Explosion, right? Putrid Explosion just does damage, just raw damage, and Well of Suffering requires the foe to stand in it. I feel like Well of Suffering is a fine skill that maybe has a hard time working well in Death Magic specifically. That I think could... I would consider giving this a health sacrifice, putting it like a shorter recharge maybe as well, and moving into blood magic instead of being death magic. And basically make it like, here's the counterpoint to Well of Blood. Which one do you want to use? Do you want Well of Suffering or Well of Blood? I feel like something like that would make a certain amount of sense. Well of the Profane feels more like a Curses skill to me as well. Because Curses is like the anti enchantment thing, not death magic. So I can absolutely see this being in curses instead. Again, I want to shift a bunch of Necromancer skills around, so there we are. And I like the idea of Death Magic being the attribute that doesn't have wells. Withering Aura. This one's fine. I think this is a fine skill. I like it here in Death Magic. Yeah, I don't have a lot more to say about it than that. So let's just move on to Soul Reaping. Let me get myself some Soul Reaping on this guy. There we go. So let's just first mention, I think Masochism is great where it is. I am a little sad that we don't have PvP Masochism in PvE. This is one of the things that's really annoying to me about... So when they implement PvP only versions that have differing function, or PvE only, I don't know which way you want to say it, but that have different functionality, then I always feel a little bit cheated that I don't get the functionality in the other one. So Masochism PvP is an enchantment that for 30 seconds, it's just a set value. You gain 1 to 3 energy whenever you sacrifice health. Having something that gives you energy when you sacrifice health is a really cool effect, and something that absolutely could be built around with some of the blood magic stuff. That the fact that we don't get access to it is really disappointing to me. And I don't know a good solution to some of that sort of thing. But I just mention it because, like, if I were in charge of trying to balance things, I would probably... Like, ideally, I would get, like, the, both Masochism effects. The one that buffs your attributes, like we have here, and the one that gives you energy when you sacrifice health. Perhaps the one that gives you energy when you sacrifice health could be a rework of a blood magic skill as well. Just something to reward you for doing that. I'm not sure what skill I would want to do that with. Because the names generally don't work. I liked the idea they had for Blood Drinker, but I could see that one being one to change. That one, yeah, that one could definitely... I feel like that's the one that I'd be most inclined to change towards that. But yeah, I can absolutely see putting the... I don't know. I like that Masochism. This Masochism is fine. I wouldn't do anything to it. But the PvP version is its own skill, and I like that skill, and I'd like to see that effect in here. And Gordon's Gaze, because you know what we didn't have enough of in Necromancer? Lifesteal effects. There's just too freaking many lifesteal effects, and I don't know why they gave so much steal health from target foe effects to Necromancer. It's an inherently, like, they're all so similar in that they're kind of just like medium, because if they were actually good, then Blood Spike became too strong in PvP, and they didn't address that by... They just made too many lifesteal skills. This is what I'm saying, is they just made too many lifesteal skills. And Gordon's Gaze, like... I don't know. What would I even want to do with this? I don't even know. It's here because it gains you energy. Was this originally? No, it gives blood magic vibes. And Gordon's Gaze skill history. Let's see. Original skill was in blood magic. 15 energy, 1 second cast time, 5 second recharge, steal a pretty sizable amount of health. 63 at 12 blood magic, 75 at 15 blood magic. From target foe, if you are suffering from a condition, you gain 15 energy. They decreased the energy gain. Then they reworked it to this something similar to the skill we know. 5 energy, 1 second cast time, 5-second recharge, health steal. Still in blood magic though. Then they increase the recharge to 10 seconds, and they buff the energy gain. Still in blood magic. And then they increased the lifesteal again and the energy gain considerably, and moved it to soul reaping. And then they're like, maybe we overpushed the energy gain and brought it down to where it is now. So that took place from the original release through like October 2007, March 2008, November 2008, December 2010, and March 2011. So that's why this is not a soul reaping skill. This is a blood magic skill that they've just made too many gaze lifesteal skills, because they're like, vampiric gaze needs to keep being remade with variants because that's what blood magic is. And because ArenaNet ceaselessly did this, they just made way too many of the same skill and made Blood Spike a really powerful PvP build because lifesteal was good because it got through all protection magic, and they just gave you so freaking many of them. This is why, like, Necromancer is, in my opinion, so far going through this, and from what I remember from other things and from all my experience working with these, Necromancer is the profession that I would most go back in time, back to prophecies. I think that they did fine with prophecies because that's like setting precedent, right? And I would say look at the precedent differently, because the precedent that they took for blood magic was vampiric gaze, and that's why we have like 5 or 6 skills named gaze. Like friggin' vampiric gaze. Let's see. I think the first next one is jaundiced gaze, oppressive gaze, ravenous gaze, vampiric gaze, that was the original, and Angordon's gaze. That's 5 skills named gaze that are all like originally made to be lifesteal skills because of vampiric gaze, and it is too much. The way that, like, this is going to turn to rant time here. Design rant time. Let's see here. The way that they interpreted blood magic was wrong, just wrong. They interpreted it as this is the lifesteal attribute, and they kept freaking making lifesteal skills, and they hit a glut of like too many of the same skill with variants, with just a little bit of variation. And it's like if we look at, right, if we sort, instead of by attribute, if we sort by campaign, and we look at core, right, so stuff that was available in prophecies is core and another. So I mean, this is so friggin' awkward. Yeah, if looks could kill, right? So like we have life siphon, that's some of the life stealing effect. Strip enchantment, I think, also originally had the life steal effect. Vampiric gaze, and then prophecies here. What other, like, mark of subversion kind of shadow strike? We had only a vampiric touch. Like, this was an awkward one to try to make good use of. Like, we only have a couple of skills, like 3 or 4 in blood magic that were, and what I really want here is I want a filter to be able to filter, like, actually, you know what? I have one. I have a filter. Okay, this is going to be a stupidly weird codex, but include prophecies, skills. Let's see. Let's just pump this up to 40. That should be okay, right? So this should be all prophecy skills. So blood magic was Awaken the Blood, Barb Signet, Blood is Power, Blood Renewal, Blood Ritual, Dark Bond, Dark Fury, Dark Pact, Demonic Flesh. Though Demonic Flesh was bonus HP. Life Siphon, Life Transfer, Mark of Subversion, Offering of Blood, The Orders, Lifebane Strike, Signet of Agony, Soul Leech, Strip Enchantment, Touch of Agony, Unholy Feast, Vampiric Gaze, Vampiric Touch, Well of Blood, and Well of Power. So that was blood magic when Prophecies came out, right? Those were the skills that were in it. And I will admit, a bunch of these are lifesteal. This is lifesteal, lifesteal, lifesteal. This has some lifesteal stuff to it. That has some lifesteal stuff to it. This is lifesteal. There's some lifesteal effects on that. Life Transfer and Life Siphon are lifesteal effects. So, like, a decent amount of this is lifesteal. And I will absolutely grant them that. But, like, to, like, focus in on this is what makes blood magic, I think Prophecies probably has a little bit too much of, quite frankly. But, like, so much of, like, what they ended up doing was just, like, keep making lifesteal skills and lifesteal skills and lifesteal skills. And, like, it was too much. It was too much. They really needed to have a different understanding of what blood magic could be and should be. Because the way that they did it resulted in just way too many of them, and then it became a huge problem in PvP. Because, like, the thing that balanced some of those original ones is, like, you had Lifebane Strike and Vampiric Gaze. Those were the only, like, reliable ones at a distance. You had to get in close for two of the other ones, and they were both expensive at 15 energy. For, what is it? Vampiric Touch right here, and Unholy Feast. This is a conditional one. And, like, that... Then there's the, like, the degen ones, which are not quite the same thing, but they're playing in that same space, right? And they just really, with factions, needed to have a good think about, okay, what is blood magic aside from lifesteal? What are some of the effects that we have going on in here? And that's where they needed to fit into this, like, ritual idea of, like, blood ritual. And they have a little bit of it with some things like Blood Bond, but they focus so heavily on this lifesteal angle, and it unfortunately really pigeonholed blood magic. And because, like, you don't want too much lifesteal, because, I mean, it's powerful, right? Damaging the enemy to heal yourself is exactly why they wanted to make Smiting Prayers weak. They didn't want somebody who could be a strong damage dealer with one hand and healer with the other. And being able to, like, heal yourself while damaging the enemy is just really powerful. And so they needed to figure out blood magic better at that point in time, I think, than what they ended up doing. And so anyway, that's kind of my design rant. So Angordon's Gaze. I mean, this skill does not need to have existence, but it doesn't need to be this thing either. But see, this is the same problem then. Is like, okay, you're trying to rework this. How do you balance this danged thing? And Gordons, I think of them as using a lot of condition application. Like, I'm thinking there are different ideas that I'm rejecting. Like, what if it was interrupt target foe if they have enough conditions on them? And I'm like, that's awkward. Frankly, you could put this in... Okay, so I'm thinking of an assassin skill here. Just grab Anton. I'm thinking of like a sadist signet. Just making Angordon's Gaze like a sadist signet that gains you health for each condition the foe is suffering from, but I don't think that's necessarily the best direction to go with it. Again, they just freaking made too many skills called Gaze. I don't know. So, like, Jaundiced Gaze, for those who were not here at the time, I was talking about changing this from this weird enchantment removal that I never used to being like Transfer all conditions from target foe to yourself. Steal health for each one that you transfer. Right? That was kind of the idea for Jaundiced Gaze. And I'm like, okay. Because then that works well with Plague Sending, where you send it off. What I'd actually do with Foul Feast, by the way, is... let's come back to Angordon's Gaze. We'll put a pin in that one. I don't like Foul Feast, because I don't think Necromancer should get this effect. I think it should have to go to Protection Prayers. It should have to go to Monk in order to be able to transfer conditions to itself. There's a lot of possibilities that are opened up by having this here and existing in the Necromancer profession. But I kind of like the idea of this being a skill that's like, you lose all conditions on you. Basically a self restore condition. Like, you lose all conditions on you, and you gain health and energy for each condition that you remove when you use the skill. Something like that. I think I like that direction for Foul Feast better. Frankly, I think isn't that sort of the direction that they have it in Guild Wars 2 as well? I don't know Guild Wars 2 super well. But I prefer that direction. I like it when there is cross-profession synergies, and when they short-circuit that by just putting one of the skills that synergizes really well. Like, okay, so the skill I'm talking about here, draw conditions, and good old prop prayers right here. This one, right, all the negative conditions are transferred from target other ally to yourself, and then you get healed for each one. This was like a prophecy skill, right? And so there's this combo, because Plague Sending and Plague Signet, these three skills here were all in prophecies. So you would do Martyr or draw condition to get conditions onto yourself, and then use Plague Sending to send them to enemies. Like, that was a classic combo from back in the day. And when you are like, hey, how about we allow the Necromancer to do that combo without having to go into Monk? You remove some of what's cool about the Guild Wars 1 system of, like, multiple builds, or, like, multi-classing in the way that we can, and, like, being able to be like, hey, if I do this allows me to be able to do this cool combo. You remove some of that coolness by giving the unique effects from one profession into another. And so I don't like Foul Feast from a design standpoint because of that. I think it's a fine skill, and I absolutely use it because it exists. But I would want this to basically change into a self-restore condition type effect that turns your, like, consumes your conditions to heal you, or consumes conditions on you to heal you and restore some energy. Rather than, and you can leave the recharge twice as fast if you remove disease if you want to, if you consumed disease. But having it function that way, is something that I'd prefer as well. Would it make any sense if it targeted a foe instead of an ally? That would just play in the same space that I put the Jaundiced Gaze effect that I was talking about earlier. So I wouldn't want to do that from that standpoint. But, I mean, yeah, I feel like it would fit Necromancer better if it was like, steal all conditions from target foe to yourself. It would allow you to be able to do the same sort of thing of what I was talking about with Jaundiced Gaze, of, like, steal the conditions off of an enemy in order to be able to spread them more broadly with Plague Sending. I think that's, like, a totally reasonable direction to go as well. I just like the idea of it being a self-restore condition, but either direction would be something to try. I don't like it being transferring draw condition, because, again, like, the cool thing to me about Guild Wars 1, or one of the cool things, is being able to, like, have certain combinations where it's like, oh, if I work with these together, I get this cool thing. That's this, like, really neat combination. Like, a Necromancer Monk has the ability to draw conditions from allies to itself and then send them to enemies. That's a really cool synergy. And saying, we're just going to give Necromancer the ability to draw conditions is like, okay, that's objectively good for the Necromancer. It makes the Necromancer stronger, but it is objectively, but is subjectively less cool, because you are no longer making that, like, a thing that Necromancer monks can specifically do, and you're just making a thing Necromancer anything can do. So, like, and you don't even need to have Soul Reaping in order to be able to use the transfer effect from Foul Feast. So you could friggin' make a Ritualist if you wanted to, that Foul Feasted and Plague Sended, right? Like, it doesn't matter. instead of it being something that only Necromancer monks or monk Necromancers can do, it's now something literally anybody with Necromancer, primary or secondary, can do. And that makes it just significantly less cool to me. And so, like, from a design philosophy standpoint, I don't like that. So, I think I've talked about this before. I like the idea of Hexer's Vigor instead of being this weird regen skill that ends if you cast a non-hex skill, which I think is okay, but kind of a weird self-heal. I kind of like the idea of it better being an enchantment that gives you health whenever you cast a hex spell. So I'd have it be like whenever you cast a hex spell, you gain X health instead. Icy Veins I think is fine where it's at. Masochism I already talked about. Reaper's Mark we'll get to now, I guess. I don't have much use for Reaper's Mark as it currently is. It's very medium health degen, and the energy gain from it is like just not that important. Frankly. So, I like the idea of, like, again, making the energy gain from this good is in an attribute that is like the strongest energy regain attribute in the game, so it's like that feels a bit redundant. For what's worth, I think Signet of Lost Souls is fine where it's at, and I think Signet of Sorrow is decent, but I would consider increasing the damage of it a bit to closer to like 75 at 12 Soul Reaping. This skill doesn't get used a lot. I think the effect is decent, but its sort of like rate is a bit low. Aw. I know I'm going a little disjointedly here. There's just not a whole lot of cases where I want to use Signet of Sorrow, but yeah. Is near a corpse or has a dead pet? I could see, instead of something else that could be really interesting here. Instead of increasing the damage, like I was just mentioning, I could also see Signet of Sorrow being target foe takes this amount of damage and loses some amount of energy as being another option to add on to this. That would give it synergy with energy denial builds and would give it more of a distinct place. And I actually kind of like that idea. So I'm just going to toss that out there as something I think might be kind of neat. For Reaper's Mark, I think I like the idea of it. I mean, you can do the health degen effect, but I think I like the idea of when Hexed Foe dies, allies adjacent to them gain the energy. I think I like that direction with Reaper's Mark, rather than specifically you. I would try that and see how that plays. You could buff the health degen a bit on it as well, and I think that would be fine. But having it be kind of more of the thing of like when that foe dies, it splashes energy gain to allies adjacent to that foe. I think that is something that I would like to try because I think that's an interesting idea. Whale of Doom. So this is for a brief period of time. All of target foes' attributes are set to 0, which effectively kind of makes them not do a whole lot. It was originally an interrupt, I think, actually. Whale of Doom. I need the skill history, please. Let's see. Original skill, elite spell, 10%. So it was 10% life sacrifice, 15 energy, quarter second cast time, 15-second recharge, soul reaping. Elite spell, target foe is interrupted if foe is attacking. All of that foe's skills are disabled for a period of time. That was its original effect. They decreased the energy costs, and then they reworked it to be this. And then decided it could be 1 energy. But have more No, wait. They decrease its or they increase its recharge time from 10 seconds to 15 seconds. For Reaper's Mark, if it instantly recharged, if something like whenever you gain energy from Whale of Doom, yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure which skill you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting idea. The skill recharges whenever you gain energy from soul reaping or something like that. Something else that could be an interesting effect is like exploit a corpse. Foes near that corpse are interrupted. Take some damage and are interrupted. That'd almost be a little bit more death magic-y, but I think soul reaping could be fine for that too. The big thing is like the attribute zeroing is way more useful and is much more of a PvP effect than a PvE one. Because what it allows you to do in PvP is it allows you to effectively knock out one of the healers when you go for your spike, which is useful. What it does in PvE is make you sacrifice 10% of your health. And that's more of what it does, because like making an enemy not able to really do much for a few seconds is just not that meaningful in PvE. Even if you do get to spam it some. So having it be or I also kind of like the idea of it being a hex that you place on a foe, and when their health drops below 25%, it does an AoE of damage around them. Something like that could be interesting too. Or we could kind of pair it with the idea of what I was talking about for Signet of Sorrow and have it do some AoE damage and energy loss. When the hexed foe drops below a certain threshold of health. I kind of like that idea. I kind of like the idea of Necromancer having a few more like anti-energy options. Whale of Doom is just kind of an odd name for a skill. I feel like it's something that wants to... I feel like it wants to be a shout, you know? I mean, it'd be an interesting shout. Like, all enemies in earshot suffering from a condition or hex. Have health degeneration now. I mean, that would be another potential effect, but you have a weird and completely non-parallel idea for Angorodon's case. No, I'd be curious to hear it. Something that's like a shout. Enemies in earshot have like -3 health degeneration for each hex or condition on them for 10 seconds or something like that. Could be an interesting direction to go. I don't know. I feel like there's a couple of different directions with Whale of Doom. I'm not entirely sure what I'd want to do with it, and I feel like I'd want to experiment around a little bit. Hex that lasts quite a long time. Whenever a creature dies around the target in a long range, they're knocked down. So like a a hex that's like for a period of time. Whenever a creature dies in earshot, you're knocked down, sort of thing. Or like the target is knocked down. I can see that being interesting. Not quite sure how it's on Gordon's gaze exactly, but I don't know. I certainly wasn't having many ideas for it, so. Whenever a creature dies around the target in long range, knocked down. Like hex for end seconds. It's got not much at all to do with Ungordons, yeah. Yeah, that's the issue. I do like the idea of a hex direction, though. Well, Angordon's an enemy. It's a Necromancer enemy. And naming skills is hard, especially if you keep trying to make another gaze of some kind. So, like, that's probably why. Like, Angorodons themselves are, I mostly associate them with Twisting Jaws. I could see actually a really interesting direction going with it to be, one gaze option would be for an intense slow or freeze. Make it into a Medusa direction. Yeah, that's definitely, that's one way too. I mean, it could be a hex of like, if target foe is suffering from a condition, because we want to trigger off conditions for some reason, they are like snared 90%. Or actually, a really amusing idea would be kind of a more of a wastrels direction, but like if target foe is not moving, all of their skills are disabled. Or if target foe is not using any skills, like a waste not, want not sort of thing. If they're not using any skills, then they're snared or something. I don't know. It's difficult to kind of come up with something that feels Medusa-y in this game. Like the best is like snared 90%, and or that I can kind of come up with is like snared 90% and can't attack or use skills. Which is a pretty harsh effect, but that's kind of what comes to mind. It's real tricky, though. Like, this is the problem of them just, like, constantly pumping out skills that are so similar. Yeah. That's really strong against, in some boss scenarios, but yeah. Like, target foe can't attack. This effect ends when, for a period of time, this effect ends, like, when something dies around them. Yeah. For sure. Hello, Sir LSD. Thank you for the follow. I don't play Guild Wars 2, so I have Guild Wars 2. But I don't think you would have seen... If you saw me in Guild Wars 2, then it was because I had misclicked my category. Also, for some reason, when I got my like end of year Twitch report, I don't know, back when did they give those out? In January? They mistook Guild Wars for Guild Wars 2. I don't know why. One thing that's never been done in Guild Wars, in your opinion, is making an effect depending upon which direction they face. For example, 90% slow if not looking in your direction. That's not entirely accurate. There's a number of skills that used to refer to fleeing, which I think took it into account like movement direction, like movement away from you or something. But they were really finicky, so they adjusted them to just be movement. I think Coward worked that way originally. Let's see if they have skill history of Coward on the wiki. Well, that didn't really work too well. Yeah, I don't know when they... Actually, what if I search the wiki for flee? That literally brought up a skill called flee from Gwen's thing. No, not fleeting stability. Flee game update. Well, that's not helpful. Twitch's categorization was messed up for a bit. Twitch's fault. Ah. Oh, I see. I mean, it's been a very long time since they got rid of some of that flee stuff. It was on like Bull's Strike and Bull's Charge, I think, as well as Coward. But it was really finicky. Also, if you hit a moving enemy from behind with a martial weapon, or maybe it has some melee attack, I'm not entirely sure, but it'll automatically be a critical hit. So there is a little bit of directionality in the game. Like, this is one of those spots where, like, a channeled skill like Guild Wars 2 has could be really useful. It's like, while you're using this skill, target foe can't move. You and target foe can't move. But I mean, something like, if target foe is facing you, they're knocked down, would be a really interesting sort of idea. But worse than, like, Gale, so it's like... And that's kind of where you run into some of these issues. I do like the idea of Whale of Doom just being a big, like, trigger damage and energy loss when... in an AoE when they get low. But, maybe something weird, like, while it's on cooldown, they're affected with something. That would be odd. It's such an intense icon, too. Like, look at this thing just staring into your soul. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, finickiness to some of the netcode. Like I said, originally they had fleeing as a, like, thing on some of those skills, and they decided maybe that was a little awkward and changed it. Man, again, too many lifesteal skills named gaze that they then realized became a problem, and now I'm staring at the exact same problem that they were of, like, how do we do things? I mean, this is a spot where, like, changing skill names could also be very useful, but what if it was a skill that somehow affected allies instead? To do what? I have no idea. don't know. I don't know. I'm just staring at a skill, and there's like making something that feels like it fits Angordon's gaze. It's just really, really weird. Especially with how intense that icon is. Like, it's a seriously intense icon. And it really wants a rooted in the spot feel. Oh man, now I'm thinking of another one of those skills that Clean Star linked on the thing. So on my Discord, I'll link my Discord. Clean Star linked an area where somebody had made a bunch of we have favor now, a bunch of custom Guild Wars skills. And there's some interesting ideas in there. And now I'm thinking of something for Angordon's gaze, which is like basically like a hex skill. It's like the next time target foe would shadow step, they're knocked down instead, which is basically a blatant ripoff of one of the skills on the thing. So I mention it. So I could see some sort of like anti-shadow stepping skill. That could be an interesting idea. Target yeah, you could do something kind of like that. I mean, this is the problem. This is the fundamental problem. And like, why should this be in Soul Reaping? It's because it's a life gain skill, and they couldn't balance Blood Magic because they made 2 freaking mini lifesteal skills in Blood Magic, and I mean, here we are. Gaze of Contempt, as if we needed more. What was Gaze of Contempt always this? I don't remember. Skill history. Yeah. It looks like it's always been this effect, and they just have been buffing it over time. Except for when they nerfed it. Back up to 2-second cast time. Necromancers are really like looking at people for some reason. So I feel like if I wanted to do something with this, I feel like I'd want to play into what Angordons do. So I'm going to look at what Angordons do. Angorodon. So they have Angordon's Gaze, Ravenous Gaze, Deathly Swarm, Putrid Explosion, Unholy Feast, Vampiric Bite, and Twisting Jaws. Huh. Yeah, they're basically vampire dinosaurs. I mean, they named this skill after the effect that they originally gave it. And then it turned out that that was too strong. So then they had to nerf it. And then we're left with this. And I like don't want to use this skill, usually, because it seems really anemic. So now I'm left with a big head scratcher of like, okay, well, what do I do with this nonsense? And same sort of head scratcher they were given in some regards. I mean, what it used to be is it used to be a lifesteal skill that would refund itself if you're suffering from a condition. That's what it was. And it's still basically that. Except now it's more of an energy gain skill. I don't know. Let's just talk about some of these. Let's just talk about these last two and then come back to this pile of head scratcher. So Gaze of Contempt, I think this one's probably fine. It has a place in the pantheon of 15-second recharge enchantment removal. by being able to remove stacks. I don't tend to use this one much, but I think it's probably okay. It grants balance. I basically never want to use. Target foe has more health than you. You gain half the difference up to your maximum health, and that foe loses an equal amount. If this foe has less health than you, you lose half the difference, and that foe gains an equal amount. I mean, it basically equalizes health between you and the target, but it caps at your maximum health, which makes it really awkward and difficult to use well. Yeah, it's pain split. It is just pain split. If you know what would actually make this more interesting, if not better, is if instead of saying target foe, if it just said if target. So you could target allies with this as well as foes. They can do that with stuff. They did that with Ride the Lightning, which can target allies and enemies. And if it was an enemy, it does the thing. But yeah, if you could use this to pain split allies as well, that would actually make this interesting. And I'd at least give it a try to see how well it works as a sort of emergency heal. I would try a grants balance that could target allies. Target low health allies and high health enemies. That kind of makes me want it to have like no recharge, because like, oh, you equalize health to everybody, and now what? But being able to like, or like a low recharge anyway. But being able to be like, oh, I am giving this ally some of my health, and then I'm taking some of the health from the enemy. Yeah, I try that. Well, that leaves me with Angordon's what do I do with his gaze? I'm just kind of sitting here staring at this guy, and he's staring back. I feel like it doesn't want to be a hex. I feel like it wants to be kind of an instant effect skill. Or it wants to feel like the after effects. Oh man. What if it was just target foe suffers from dazed? And it doesn't fit Necromancer at all, though. That's the problem. Necromancers don't inflict daze. But it'd be really funny. Another potential option is like, if target foe is using a skill, that foe is knocked down. Just that. Put it in no attribute. Or give it a failure rate with not enough soul reaping. I don't know. Well, I do kind of like the idea of somehow making it a no attribute skill as well. So if I kind of approach it from that angle, because I feel like Necromancer could use some more no attribute skills. I mean, it has some pseudo ones. Plague Touch functions without much attribute investment, for example. So there's some of those skills like that, but what would be useful Necromancer effect that could fit in no attribute? That Engordon's gaze could be. Let's see. My brain thought, ranged grapple. What is the short-lived enchant that caused you to gain health equal to the next instance of health the friendly target loses? So kind of like the next time target ally loses life, you gain that much life? I mean, that's one of those ideas that sounds kind of interesting. How does it work with health regen? And how often are you gaining like 10 health off of it? That's my problem with that sort of thing. Is like, it sounds interesting until you realize that there's a lot of low amounts of things. Yeah, exactly. That would be the issue. I mean, I could see something that's like Angordon's Gaze, put it back in blood magic where it belongs, and have it transfer life from you to target ally. That's also a reasonable option, not one I dislike at all. I don't mind blood magic having something like that. Like, yeah. You lose... I mean, or it could be worded sacrifice, right? You sacrifice 53 health, target ally is healed for 53. Something like that. Like, 53 is just a random number I chose. I don't know what you'd actually want it to be values-wise, but I could see something like that. I kind of like that in blood magic. That could work for an Angordon's Gaze. Taking care of their herd, maybe. I'm not quite sure what the number would need to be to make it feel reasonable. Maybe get up to more like... So there's a couple of options with that. You could go for more of an infused health direction where it's based on like a specific amount sacrificed. I think I prefer not going that way though. Specifically because we have infused health and we have infused health is up here in healing prayers, CN tier. We have infused health and we have the dervish, not the dervish. We have the version mysticism infuse or imbue health, which is also based off your current HP. I kind of like the idea of a necromancer skill, and Angordon's Gaze would be a good one for this. That rather than being based off of your maximum HP, is just like you lose X health, target ally gains X health. It's just like a reverse lifesteal. For you. Just get my hand in camera. For you. I think I like that idea best. Just put it back in blood magic and make it do that. Numbers would absolutely need to be tweaked. But maybe it heals for a little bit more than you sacrifice. But yeah, I feel like that's not an unreasonable direction to go with it. I feel like I want it to hit about 80 on the like 16 blood magic, be closer to like 65, 70 at the lower end. Not quite sure. That's one where I'd need to play with the numbers to see what feels good. Okay, I think that kind of covers it. I think that's the direction that I like with Angordon's Gaze. And that's going to cover the rest of the Necromancer skills there. So, we definitely do not have time to go over any other professions today. So it's just going to be Necromancer. There's not really enough time to do a full run of Polymorph either. So I might do... I'm going to do something random. I don't know what. I'm just going to change the title. To reflect this direction for the ending, for the last 25 minutes of the stream. Let's see. Who's a character that needs something? I've been doing a bunch of stuff on Mirian lately. You know what? I probably have a random Z. What is the... I haven't played Path of Exile in a while. Fenrir. Yeah, we're lucky Treats week right now, though. Ooh, Northern Support bonus, though. Undo Bay, Fenrir. Where is she with her? She has Fenrir already, so that's a little awkward, but... Okay. 12, 14, 8, so she's just not done Polymach. Otherwise, she's up on them. Actually, I was just looking at her. She's missing... Yeah, let's just go do... Let's go do some Ebon Vanguard skill stuff. Yeah, I had been playing Path of Exile some, but the main time at which I find have been wanting to play it has been like after my stream on Wednesday sort of thing, of just like relax and chill to it. And I've been focused a lot more lately on working on Psychopomps Are Missing, the RPG Maker game I've been working on. Which is coming along decently well, I think. You know what? We're just going to bring a bunch of Necromancers, a Monk, both Ritualists, and General Morgan, and call it a day. That's some sort of Spiteful Spirit bar. This is some sort of... Yeah, one of these guys. That's fine. Okay. Olivia, I see you're here to kill Shiro Tagachi. Have you considered a career in something else? How about... Actually, let's go with Order of the Vampire. Bit redundant in spots, but whatever. Actually. Let's go with my... I actually have a... Duenas Cultist. Let's go with this bar. It's not really important here with a BIP, so I'm going to replace that with Blood Bond. This seems fine. Interesting. Yeah, let's just go with standard SOS here. Zandra can keep doing Zandra things. You can keep making people run faster. Cool. I want Barrage. Less of this. Still like Natural Stride. Still like being able to run faster. Let's just grab Dodge this and I don't know. I guess I should bring something from Wilderness Survival to justify having Wilderness Survival. Let's just bring Flame Trap. Actually, I think I like Barb Trap in the back line a little bit better. Let's go with that. Okay, let's go hunt down the corpse of brave Brent Poltroon. Bravely did he brave away. Or something. Give my voice a little bit of a break, too. What is this bow? Is my Zealous Tanky short bow? Yeah, Zealous bow is a good idea with this. Do I have... Hang Hang on. Nope, not any bows in there. Yeah, Chicker's flat bow. Yeah, equip that one instead of my vampiric short bow. Wait. No, that's not how you D-shot, whatever. What if I just keep barraging you? You're the jerk who's giving me problems. Or you. Either one, really. What'd you say is the most adventurous build I've done, or the most proud you've been of a build you made from scratch? Oh, that's a good question. Most adventurous. I mean, there's a lot of adventurous builds in the Build for Every Elite project that I did. In terms of like builds I'm really proud of that I made from scratch, I don't know. That's a hard one to answer. There's a lot of different builds where, like, for me, what makes me really happy with a build, which is more or less what you're saying, like, that I'm proud of that I made from scratch, right? Are the builds that like unexpectedly work really well, where it's like, oh yeah, this like works surprisingly well. And to some extent, that can be tricky to sort of qualify. Of like which one like most encapsulates that, right? Definitely, I am like really pleased with the bar Livia has, because it has really good synergies. So like it's a very self-synergizing bar. I think some of the ones I like the best are ones that have a lot of internal like not an individual bar, but like a team composition that has a lot of like this functions with this and functions with this, where like the whole team is working as a unit to kind of be more of a more than the sum of their parts sort of thing. Some of those are really cool, but they're not like individual builds, so they're like less of a savable thing, you know? Yeah, last moment interrupt there was kind of annoying. It's hard to keep my blocking stance up when I'm getting inundated with this much garbage. So definitely, like, some of the bars that have stretched me the most have been ones from that Build for Every Elite project. Just because, like, it forced me to make a build with every elite, and there's a bunch of them that I would, frankly, tend to ignore. So this team should have more Barrage Rangers on it. Oh, that didn't work. This is what, 17 damage? This is also 17 damage? Yeah, I might as well just barrage everything. I made a lot of builds too, so it's like hard to consider every one of them. This is why Mantids suck. Was that a threat? No. Was it really annoying? Yes. Yeah, I know that's not really like a concrete answer, but I don't really have a good concrete answer to that question, so. Oh, that's worked better. Frankly, some of the stuff that I've liked best too has been working with this program where it makes me be creative about what builds I'm doing, where I can't just like do the same thing over and over again. Definitely stuff that I'm like, I get really, I don't know, satisfied, happy about, are things where it's like, oh, this is a thing I hadn't like noticed, and there's like a new detail that allows me to be able to use the skill in a way I hadn't considered. Like an example of that is there's like reap conditions. Is that it? Where it's like, oh, this is okay, that's kind of in the middle of nowhere. But it's like, oh, this is the scythe mastery skill. It's not a scythe attack though; it's a melee attack. So like, oh, sticking that on a jagged strike assassin. That's kind of cool. Some of those like weird, like, oh, I did not realize this thing about this skill, sort of things, or things that I enjoy. This team does not have enough hex removal, I am noticing. It has an inspired hex, and it needs more than that. But whatever. I would like more interrupts as well. There, that'll help. I am really pleased with the air elementalist bar that I used for the Norn fighting tournament, though. That one worked really, really well. It was a mind shock bar. Well, so I'm really pleased with how it worked. Because it just did a really good job of doing the thing. Which was winning the Norn tournament really handily. If that wasn't clear. So that one, not my template code, manage templates. I think it's just in here. Yeah, this one right here. So blinding flash, enervating charge, you know, the weakness one. Just the regular lightning strike, mind shock, assassin support, Naga shaman, and then the Elemental Lord, I think it is. The Kurzik / Luxon skill. And then air attunement. Because what this would do is this could like keep something pinned down by knocking them down, and then the weakness from enervating charge plus the Naga Shaman stoning also introduced a lot of knockdowns. This was just a bar with a lot of knockdowns and things that just did a really, really, really good job. I also like this Ride the Fire bar with a bunch of fire PB AoEs with Ride the Lightning to get in there. That was kind of cool. This is definitely like one of the most fun elementalist bars I've done. So there should be 2 skills from this quest chain. I need to make sure I'm finding Brave Brent Poltroon here. There we go. Flame shielders, why? I don't have any other interrupts. I really should have had more interrupts in my team, but whatever. I just threw some people on in my party. Yeah, there's the corpse of brave Brent Poltroon. Get sniper support from this. $20 Vanguard reputation points. Don't mind if I do. It might go a couple minutes long today because there's this is a fairly long quest with another thing. I probably will not be doing the follow up right away from Captain Westar. The follow up to the follow up, but there's another quest that he offers once you get far enough. That's what I'm saying. I've really been getting the hankering to make another assassin lately. I like how versatile they can be. No conditions, so I can't have cracked armor. Could have had cracked armor at that point. I do have cracked armor on this team, but... Okay, well that was fairly meaningless gesture anyway. More of my damage is coming from Barrage. Realistically, don't really need Dark Fury. Let's disable that. It gives increased adrenaline gain. Actually, you know what? No, never mind. That does help General Morgan. Never mind. General Morgan has Wild Throw, so... But I have a lot of characters that just haven't done stuff that I'd kind of like to get through more of the content on. At some point, I'm probably going to just spend a bunch of time getting, doing Zaishin Quest stuff, too. For streams. Because I want to get, want to get more equipment packs for my character so I can get them more armor sets so I can play Fashion Wars better. That's how this game works, right? The name of the game is Fashion Wars. Whew. Yeah, Barb Trap doing work. Not for damage, but for snares. Pretty good duration on that too. Like it does barely any damage, but crippled for 19 seconds is no joke. Skill icons are hard. Especially for more abstract concepts, like dodge this. Might as well just have a picture of Trinity there. Nah, he's on the Fire Stone Spear, so that might not be working the way I need it to. Yeah, whatever. I ain't gonna worry about it much. See, I think I should be able to go down here, talk to this guy, and up and around that way to get to who I need to get to there.
What news?
Ah, Mokali smashed me. Oh well. Glad I put an adrenaline skill on my bar, though, let me tell you. I do want to make sure I'm taking out Restoration back there. It will resurrect the priest if I don't, so... Yeah. Snares are surprisingly useful for helping to protect your team as well, so... Bladed or recurve bow, eh? Oh man, it's so nice having the additional... There's additional damage here. I feel like my team's very resilient, just slow at killing things. He needs to wait for me to get my Splinter Barrage off. Yeah, oh well. Oh yeah, this is really terrible. I don't know, why am I using Natural Stride? Why do I think that would be a good idea? It's terrible with orders. It ends whenever an enchantment's applied to you. Exactly. Just give me Splinter Barrage for tons of numbers, or Splinter Incendiary Arrows, Ignite Arrows. Just make a bajillion small numbers show up. That's all we need here. Just a bajillion small little bitty numbers. Not enough small numbers make big numbers anyway. Wish I had pinned down on my bar. I am getting a lot more damage because of this Order of Pain, though. It's been doing good work. It's one of those moments where I glance over and I'm like, ah, yes, he is casting Weaken Armor. I will go ahead and use Body Shot now. Situational awareness can be very powerful in this game. The good PvP monks would look at where their party members were and who to guardian based on enemy movement and stuff. Not just who was taking damage, but pre-prodding like that.
What news?
Signet of Infection, Power Stone of Courage. Signet of Infection, actually kind of useful here on a ranger.
Are you still here?
And this is a very easy quest to go do. There's the Beacon of Draknar. I might as well get my handful of points, eh? Ah, yes. Nothing like stopping Meteor Shower by making the enemy dead before they can get it off. I do like Ignite Arrows with Mark of Rodgort, though. I think it's a pretty good combo. Break Blaze Claw. I'm gonna get this guy out of here. Don't need more Aegises showing up. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna go see Langmar for my reward. Okay, I think I will, for tomorrow's stream, because I'm going to be wrapping up this one here, I think I'll be talking about the warrior tomorrow. So that should be interesting.
Who goes there?
Thank you for the Signet of Infection. Just take her over to Doomlore Shrine. But yeah, so that's going to go ahead and wrap things up for today. Hopefully daylight saving time didn't throw people off too much with the start of the stream, because that did happen. Daylight saving time took place and started the stream. I guess technically the stream started an hour earlier. I don't know how much people noticed or not. I don't know when daylight saving time hits in Europe, for example. But anyway, you can follow the channel. You get notified when I go live. You can check the schedule out. You can go to my Discord. I'll just link it again. Go hang out there. We can chat about all sorts of things there. And I'll be back for my next stream tomorrow on Wednesday. And like I said, talk about the warrior. Should be good times. Should be good times. I don't know if it'll be quite the arduous task Necromancer proved to be. Blood Magic's just in a real sorry state. And the design that they did with it just left it in a very unfortunate condition. And I think it needed a lot of work earlier to define what it should be. But anyway, so yeah, that is the plans going forward. So until then, everyone, thank you all very much for watching. Take care, and goodbye.